Morning. Let's see if I can get this fire going and make a cup of coffee, and then we're going to get rolling with some various Airwindows-y type stuff. And my concern here is that I not dump a lot of smoke into the room. And it seems to be doing reasonably okay with that. Well, I may say this is really slow getting going, but it's not that crazy cold in here anyway, so that's fine. That's probably enough to get it started. It'll take it a while to get rolling. Today it is not taking me quite as long to get rolling because I got started early. And I will be talking about what we'll be doing today. There's a couple of possibilities. One of them is finishing up the FattyQ plugin because I got started on that. But then I discovered some really interesting stuff having to do with reverbs, and I intend to play with that a little bit as well. First things first, though, a cup of coffee. Could see the merits of setting up a closer up wood stove cam, but here we are. And it turned out. Stove's catching. That's doing better than it was. So when doing that kind of thing, maybe don't want to start it up with a huge number of logs in there because they all have to heat up enough to catch fire in order for that to work. So I started it off with a fairly small number of logs, and even then it took a while to get going. But once they do, those will burn out much quicker. In fact, maybe by the time I finish making my coffee, they'll have burned out and I'll need to throw more on there. Such is the wood stove thing. I bought a whole bunch of coffee filters the other day. Should be good like through the winter, if not through next year. I just got lots of coffee filters. I've also been tinkering with my spices. Ooh, look, this is a good time for me to put another log on there. By which I mostly mean spices that I put in omelets, because I go through an egg a day making omelets, and there's a bunch of different things I can put in there. Go. That ought to hold it for a bit. One of them being, now I'm trying to remember, Goya Sazon. Goya used to be run by this rather appalling guy to the point where you might want to boycott them. And then they got rid of the guy, so we'll at least get their seasoning packets. All that mostly is annatto, maybe a little coriander and MSG, but it's good in omelets. I've also got some curry powder, some extremely yellow turmeric, and funnily enough, what the hell is the name of this stuff? I'll be back in a moment. Spirulina, that's what I was thinking of. Green, and it's also like MSG. So between Sazon, regular extremely orange curry powder, extremely yellow, I know what this is, turmeric. Turmeric gets used in like French's mustard, by the way. It's used in extremely yellow mustard. And spirulina, which is incredibly green and is also like MSG. That's a good combination of like little powdered spices you can put in something like an omelet. And a fair amount of the time, among their strongest effects is coloring. Like Sazon is largely annatto, and that's basically coloring. Yeah, we're doing a therapeutic wood stove today. No question about it. And I've just added a couple of new spices for the omelets or whatever else I might want to use. And one of them is beet powder. So that's kind of, it's kind of like a red coloring, but it is so purple. If you add it to omelets, you don't actually lean it towards an orangey omelet color. Instead, it goes towards a weird sort of gray. It wasn't great. But it's still a very useful coloring, and it also has a little bit of beet flavor because it is beet powder. So that comes in handy in its own way. Sometimes it's good in certain kinds of curries. And the last one, and then I'll go and get my coffee, was smoked paprika with some cayenne in it. And what I'm putting these various powders in baby aspirin bottles, just to sort of put it on some of the omelet makings. And I'm still working out how much of the paprika and cayenne to add to an omelet, because I haven't really got it to where I taste it that much, but it's kind of a Tex-Mex sort of thing going on there. And if you use smoked paprika, it's extremely vividly red, but it doesn't seem to show up as easily. Certainly not as easily as a Sazon, which is largely an auto coloring. And cayenne, the stuff that I've got, is extremely hot, but I'm still not noticing it that much. So I'm thinking I'm going to end up, at least at some point, leaning in the direction of omelets that are like Tex-Mex omelets that are kind of hot and spicy. And with that, I think I can go and get my coffee now, and we'll start actually doing the work. You know, it's weird how it hasn't been getting real cold. And I think part of that is because the thermal behavior of my house, the way I have it sealed up so tightly, with like ventilation going out through the attic and coming in through the basement. I have a hack that I would like to try with the basement regarding taking air that comes in, because there's this sort of, I want to call it a porch-like area, but that's not really true. It's where my laundry room stuff is. So underneath that, there's a bunch of gaps around the edge of the house. And then in the basement, there's this big old hole, which is like an access for like working on plumbing over there. And air can just come in. And the thing about that is that it's not just a giant hole in the wall, but I feel like if I put some kind of tarp over that, so that the air, rather than just coming in at whatever coldness the outside is, has to go down the basement wall there, which is largely sort of rock and mortar and stuff, and across the floor, that will tend to warm it up if it's actually frigid winter air. So that's another insulation kind of thing. And then the air that comes through a vent that's literally right there, I have a fan for it as well. That's also being guided along a wall and a bunch of cinder blocks that are meant to be as close to sort of the thermal mass of underground as I can get. It's never going to be warm because that's always going to be like 60 degrees or so. You go down into caves and the caves are always just like 60 degrees or so. But it beats the heck out of midwinter, and might very well be able to do something with that. Also, I can engage the catalyst, which is always a good idea. Less pollution that way. And it turns more fire into warmth that way too. And now I can show up for the actual live stream. And hi John Dobb, hi Hyperlink, hey Travis. Mayo and egg omelet that you microwave. I don't actually have a microwave. But people do some wild things. Microwave is not that wildly different from sous vide. Think about it. It is just applying heat and not applying the Maillard reaction. That's browning, of course. Oh, I have not plugged that in. Let's go plug that in first. This might actually be a day for not even hooking up the speakers to the remote laptop. We'll see. I'll figure it out. We will figure all this out. Also, I am eagerly awaiting the time that I get to switch over, and that could be at any point, really. Switch over to making music in here, using some of these instruments, and doing some jams, or indeed songs. Because I do have a folder with all the songs that I did since I was like 16. Some of those earlier ones are actually a lot better than ones I've done recently, because there's a naivete to them that works out pretty good. There we go. So here we have denoise and 3 different versions of console, of which I need to make VSTs out of those. And then I need to also bring them onto the primary computer. Primary computer is this one. This is what I'm streaming off of. And underneath that is FattyQ. When I plug in the video stream part, what ends up happening is it reshuffles the positions of folders a little bit, because technically it is a different screen size. When I'm doing the live stream coding, I get to look at a slightly off resolution screen size because it's choosing the output. It's choosing to do this. So, or maybe not. Okay, maybe that is the normal screen size, but it always reshuffles things a little bit. I guess it is stretching it in some kind of funny way to stream with it, or maybe just positioning things in such a way. Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. You would think that if it was a 1080p, 1920 by 1080, and the screen is only 1440 by 900, it wouldn't be displaying properly, but whatever, not particularly concerned with that right now. I've started FATEQ. Here's what we have so far. What this does is the 3 bands, or 4 bands rather, 3 crossovers for pair filter. And I have many instances of that going on, which I might not keep. And then for every one of these, there's going to be one of this, which I have not yet finished. And that is a either simplified sine, and it's not TAPAC, it's actually the accurate simplified sine, or a simplified 1 minus cosine. And we've played with that a little bit before, but I'm not going to be doing both of them at once. Every single one of these instances will take this. This is the top level. See, it says top level. And so that's just the high frequencies. And for every stage of filtering, of which there can be like 8 or 9, it's going to go through an instance of this, which is also why I'm not trying to run a sine function, because that would get so expensive. You'd have like 18, 20, 30 sine functions per sample. That's clearly no good. So we're going to do something simpler, which is this. And here is something that I've forgotten to do. So we'll do that as well while I'm at it. These are my code for HackSign, where I get to work out essentially how to modify this algorithm, to modify this and make it do something else. But I'm not trying to make it do something else this time. What I'm trying to make it do this time is just plain straight up do a sine and cosine. So we don't need some of this. Those letters are what we get from the sliders, and the sliders are busy doing something else at the moment, so that wouldn't even make any sense. Also, Andy Cytomic in the private plugin makers chat confirmed my suspicion that when he does stuff like this or this, he likes to take multiplications and I think divisions and squinch them together, because in the order of precedence, those get done first. So if you had some kind of thing like this, if you had something like that, you could go like this, and it would sort of visually show you that the first thing we do is multiply y times a times b, and only then do we add the other ones. And yeah, Cytomic, man, he is a smart guy. I haven't started doing that, but I'm liking it. I'm feeling good feelings towards that thing, because I simply put parentheses around everything, whether it needs it or not. I don't think that hurts. I don't think that hurts anything that I do. But that is my convention. It's just everything gets millions of parentheses everywhere, just to make it damn sure what you're doing. Ooh, also, look at this. We don't need parentheses here because it is rock simple. I wasn't actually going to start with this because there's a reverb thing that I have going on that I'm looking to explore. Yeah, see, if we were doing Cytomic's thing, what you'd do is you'd have a space in here, and then you wouldn't need to put parentheses around this, because you would automatically know, yeah, it's going to do this first. That said, I don't know whether you do the square root first, although I think you would have to. There's parentheses in there, so it's compelled. Yeah, a live stream is kind of like an ongoing interview, I'm not going to lie. I've never been asked for an interview by anybody, so this is what you got. I think it's more likely that I would start doing interviews if people liked my music rather than what I'm doing with my life. Oh, hang on, give me a second. Here, let's throw another log on the fire. I forgot some of my giving interviews stuff, which is not really... It's not that I give interviews, but I do have to pay attention to some of the TV video producer things, and I've missed one of those this morning. You can watch that get rolling while I attend to, I mean, this is going to sound like a joke, but I'm literally going to powder my nose. Even in tiny view there, I look shiny. That doesn't take that long, but it's still worth doing. We'll show you. See, there is an old comic strip called Doonesbury. And Doonesbury had a character, Roland Headley Jr., who was a journalist. And so he'd be talking about these wars and things. But the people running the cameras on him were always going, "Roland, we're still getting some glare from your nose." And that's real. That's not a gag. That's actually a real thing. So I had to go and put powder on my nose and face just not to look ridiculous because of what cameras are. And that's also why when I do my Patreon thing for like $10 for a song put through meter and sharing that and then talking about it ahead of time, I do it after making the plugin video on Saturday, because for the plugin video I have to pull out all the stops and go whole hog. And it's just, I can see why people don't automatically jump into like, oh, I'm going to be a YouTuber, I'm going to be doing this kind of stuff, because it's a lot of work. It really is. I mean, go and check out an Andrew Huang video sometime. He looks immaculate. Let me put chat back. Yeah, it's extremely funny, and it's also simply the reality. Any of those guys making a big mess by being right-wing influencers, these guys like that, I mean, not anymore one of them, but like Ben Shapiro and whatever, has to be doing makeup. Some of the Steven Crowder must surely be doing makeup. He would look like hell if he did not. So they may act all pugnacious and stuff, but they have to be taking makeup tips from some of the people that they persecute, if they intend to be any good, because you can't get around it. You cannot get around the needs of the camera for stuff like lighting and so on and so forth. And if you screw that up, it can go really bad. Like, you can look appalling. Well, then hyperlink, you can confirm what I'm saying, is that you can't get around needing to work with the camera. That is just something that automatically becomes part of it. That's why roles in movies, you can get work in movies doing stuff like hair and makeup and stuff. And makeup is It really is a heavy thing. I don't have to treat it as that heavy of a thing. Like when I powder my nose to stop it being wildly greasy looking, it's just Johnson & Johnson's. It's just baby powder. That's all it is. It'll make me look paler, but I mean, I am a Scandinavian white. What do you think I was going to look like in the first place? So it doesn't do any harm. But yeah. But hey, look at what we've got here. This says shuttle. That's because some of today is going to be working on something. We're going to go through another dose of verb 6s. And then I'm going to go and fix stuff up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, even for stuff like photo shoots. Damn straight. And the thing about all that kind of stuff is it's not to, don't scorn it. It's interesting and useful because it's worth thinking about, like, who do I want to be? How do I want to come across? So some of these guys that are, ooh, here's a good one. Andrew Tate must use makeup for his, like, 9-year-old audience if he expects to not look like complete bud on the camera. Period. There's no way around it. And that's somebody who would make a big noise about scorning all of that stuff, but no, you can't. There's nothing else that you can do. If you do not wish to look like complete bud on the camera, or a shiny, greasy person on the camera, there's no way around it. If he looks any good at all, he had to have done that. So I just roll with it. Like, I saw a guy on having a political argument, not an argument, he was brought on as a guest by, I think it was the Lincoln Project people, but it might have been, no, Preet Bharara. And he looked kind of astonishing because he was another, like, Norwegian-looking person, but in this case, like, strawberry blonde. And his eyes looked weird because his eyelashes were so completely pale that there was this weird stark look to him that there wasn't really, you know, he looked very odd and looked a little bit like he wasn't doing any makeup, but also it was just his eyes looked weird because he was a man and he had light blonde eyelashes that had not grown in very heavily because women grow heavier eyelashes. And if you push your eyelashes more, it makes you look more sensitive. Much like how I have a light there and a light there and a light there because the reflection in my eyes is meant to look like I am a... And the weirdest thing about it is I'm an autistic guy. I'm not all that damn sensitive. I'm fairly tough and I am fairly, like, shrugging off. I mean, this is how I can be on YouTube at all. I can shrug off a lot. I have put up with a lot in my life. And I can be fairly unromantic. You could also say that leans into the whole masculinity thing that people go about. I naturally come by that. I work on being more sensitive. And so, hence having good lights, hence having things like not looking greasy and powdering my nose. And I will even... And a close woman friend of mine has always been fascinated by this and thought I was the coolest person ever. For the plug-in videos, I put on some mascara. I make the eyelashes a little bit more black because it looks better that way. And because I have every sympathy for people who want and need to go even more hard in a feminine style way, I have all the sympathy in the world. Like, fill your boots, man, rock it. Go whole hog with it. And that's where my sympathies lie. But as far as me personally, I'm a dude. And so I will just shape what it means to be a dude. Like, look at Brian Eno around Roxy Music Time. That dude had all the makeup in the world and feathers. It's like, that is somebody who does not give an F. And yeah, body language, all of these things. And the reason I'm thinking about it is because I'm signing up for another day of live streaming and stuff. Setting things up, like doing my wood stove and so on. And I forgot one of my things. I was going to look all greasy and shiny for a while there. Mind you, if it gets really hot and I start sweating, I will still end up looking greasy and shiny. But that's towards the end of the day when I've put in a lot of hard work. Speaking of work, I've already done this morning. But what I didn't do, see where it says 1325 GDBB SCMX6, that's like a randomized code language. I'm going to do some revisions on this probably before I even do FATIQ, because I'm kind of excited as to where this is leading. And we will discover together whether I'm really onto something or whether I'm probably onto something. Let me elucidate, because I can do that. With another little overlay. So these are all of my best reverb algorithms. And since I haven't switched audio over to this, you can hear some of them. Like here is what K-Station sounds like. Here's what Guitar Hall 2 sounds like. Here's a new one that I just got the other day. Okay, 188. I'm kind of excited to do this reverb. This is even smaller than K-Station. But there's a vague similarity to it. It's just a little bit smaller. But this is one, I'm saying fat, not fed. Although you could make a FET EQ with a 4049 chip and have it do a similar thing. So what are we looking at here? This is my collection of all the best ones I've done, rated more or less by quality. Because if we start with something like this, it has that somewhat more distant vibe to it, and if I go right down to some of the lowest scoring ones at a similar room size, 612, if I go down to this 614, which is the worst, it's a little denser, it isn't as deep. It is not really as good as some of these other ones. Here's another. See, it sounds different, but these are not performing as well as the ones up at the top because they are measured by peak energy. And you don't directly hear peak energy, but you can kind of vibe with whether it works or not. And yeah, I analyzed this some more. And I'm not even talking like when I went through, and here's one where it has very bad performance on a filtered version, but very good performance in the regular version. This has its own distinct sound. So some of it sounds kind of distant, but there's an opacity to it, opacity, in the mid-range. It's not resisting being clear in the mid-range. I mean, it is resisting being clear in the mid-range. And then right above it, this was the first K Beyond. I've gone quite a bit better than this since even just this one. So what I was doing was I went and I got a little note card with a graph on it, and I had previously set up my randomization, which you can see in the computer screen. Hey Frog in a well. You could see on the regular computer screen that my thing, and you see here, my things tend to be named stuff like 188-CEBCDF-SCKY6. Those all represent a setting. They represent a setting in the program. And the reason I've randomized those settings, over like the last a little under a month was I wanted to see whether I'd stumble into something that worked better than converging on what I thought was going to sound good. I did a whole randomization thing where those letters aren't just random from A to Z. They're within a range. Like the last one would go from like W to Z, and that last one is the amount of extra emphasis given to prime numbers in the final analysis. And the first 6 letters are beginning of the reverb sample to end of the reverb sample. And it's firstly sort of general bloom and atmosphere. Secondly, the intensity of the sonority of the sound. And thirdly, darkness, whether it's coming out as dark or whether it's throwing a lot of high frequencies. And I was trying to find out what the optimal setting was for these. And I narrowed it down to a randomization where many things could be tried. And then I decided to do this. We're looking at this. The way this calculation is running currently, and what I've been kind of stuck with, was I add the room size to the peak energy score to sort of weight it, balance it, and have them come out as relatively even amounts, but it isn't really doing it very effectively. So smaller rooms tend to rate higher than lower rooms, and larger rooms tend to rate lower and lower until they can't register at all anymore. And I'm basically fine with this because I'm only looking for the ones that rate the highest. So if it's making it harder, all that's going to happen is the larger rooms will show up lower down in this list. And the top of the list, this orange-red labeling I've got here, only gets smaller ones. And the farther I go with it, the more of these I run, the more I end up getting higher numbers high on the list. They kind of bubble up in that way. And then there's a catch, which is extremely large numbers also bubble up. So what we see down a little bit lower, 6167 and 9460, those are just giant reverbs. I could probably do a square root thing and balance them out. But point being that, but if I did a square root thing, the tiny ones would just go completely off the top of the chart. I decided to look at what the measurements were for the largest one in any category, as in orange-red counts as a category, and then yellow-red also counts as a category, and green-red also counts as a category, and I ignore everything smaller than the largest number. That way they sort into these categories. So I checked out like what the letters ended up being for 188 here, and then 157 here, and then 178 here. And then this 272, well, that's K-Station, but I checked it out. Then here is, let's see, not these, but 296. And when I checked only the, like here we go, this doesn't count, but here's a bunch of these, 949, then the 1036. I'm looking at only the largest reverbs in any given category to see whether there was stuff in common with all of them. Here's another one. This one ended up being Alien Spaceship, which still hasn't come out, but I can put that out soon. But then there's a 360 there. And ignoring everything else. And when I did that, I came up with this. Verbs text is now a set of these, and these are the optimal settings. These are the settings for producing the deepest and clearest in the mid-range reverbs that I found. CH, CB, EH, Yabu 6. So I just ran a batch of these this morning, all of these ones, to see whether I can get equally good ones just running it for a couple of hours rather than having to run it all overnight. Rather than randomizing the settings that are directing it towards optimal sounds, if I simply don't run the program for as long, that will give me more optimal settings. Or rather, let me correct myself. Rather than randomizing the settings so that I get variety and can explore what's going to work out best, I'll zero in those settings to a very tightly restricted range. And then if I simply don't run this program overnight in order to get 15 instances of the best possible one, if I just run it for less, it'll be slightly more randomized. If I ran it for like 2 minutes, it would be very much unrandomized. Heck, I can even show that. Give me a second. Honestly, I should get one of those things where you get to swap things around on screen. I don't, but... So here is an instance of Into the Matrix. I have randomized size, and that might also be something that I decide to adjust. And we've got all this other controls and things here. That's all fine. This entire area here is this is no longer going to be visible on screen. Like, I can leave it there, but I don't have to have this built into the interface anymore because I'm just leaving this as these optimal settings. And if I want to randomize it more, all I have to do is click my button and it starts running and it starts producing these outputs here. And see, it's already done update 8. So this is the best of at least 221 attempts at making this. The longer I run this, the more it will zero in on a particular style of optimal reverb. But these are all random values going in. So essentially what I can do to get a wider range of variety, rather than changing the settings in the middle here, I can straight up just not run it for as much time. I've been running these literally overnight to try to zero in on various different potential outputs, and it turns out that my optimal outputs are literally what you're looking at right there. CHCB, EHYABU. Those are the best performing settings for that algorithm. And it's implementing all of the stuff that I'm trying to use. And now we're up to like 3,000 and plus. So what I'm thinking is, rather than run all these different settings overnight and have like 15 different things to try, and you're going to see what it takes to go through and test all of this stuff out, if instead I just made this like save the, like, usually it'll go from 8 updates to as many as like 16, 19 or whatever if I run it over a really long period of time. And that's because the longer I run it, the more opportunity it has to come up with a combination of random factors that outperforms, under these settings, what we're currently looking at. And if I can run these this quickly, I can cover a much broader range of possibilities without it taking so long, which would then result in me taking a lot more time and effort over all of this. You'll see that in a moment. But, tell you what, let me bouncing back to, well, hang on, that wasn't correct at all. What have I done? I hit Q. Let me fix that. I'm going to eject my SD card now. Usually I run these until they stop. Ooh, it bumped to 10 when I wasn't looking. And I'm going to plug in the SD card, and we're going to immediately go and build this into a reverb and hear what this one sounds like. This one that I just put. Here's what I was just looking at. We apparently are looking at a 999 seat hall, so that's cool. That's the one in the end now. So if we run with this, cut, quit, paste into here. Now I have 16 rather than 15 of these, but the point being, if I can get valid results at a very brief runs of this program, I could make a giant pile of this to grind through, which would mean I would come up with better reverbs at the cost of putting in a lot more work. But, you know, I'm deathly afraid of work, right? So clearly that's going to be a problem. Eject that. Switch over to coding stream. Watch how fast this can be. I'm not sure. You'd have to have a householder matrix for larger than that. I don't find that the end results turn to mush. I think the end results just turn to being more natural. But there might not be that much to gain from it. Although the funny thing is, the more of these you add, the more combinations you get out of a given number of reverb taps. So if I came up with a way to do a householder matrix, which I would have to look up somebody with math who knew how to do that, because I don't. I'm looking it up. But there's a formal way of doing a householder matrix at 5x5 and at 6x6, etc. 4x4 is the obvious one because everything is unity gain. And it could well, like, diminishing returns end up being like using shifting of bits gain versus something like purest gain on Reaper running a 64-bit bus. Like, you are not getting a big advantage off of dithering to the 64-bit bus using purest gain in Reaper. You're just not. If you do a lot of processing at 32-bit, that will pick up a tone to it. But even then, a single multiply operation in a 32-bit float isn't going to like completely ruin your day. It's a little bit, but it's not really, and it's not even close to just like putting something to a CD, for instance. And yeah, it's diminishing returns. Like, I think I'm at a sweet spot with the 6x6, but let's find out, because that's literally what we're looking at right now. We just did this on stream. Does this in fact get us a good result? That is something that I can find out Here's the process we do. Build. If I go to the build folder and release, put it into verb sixes. I'm going to make sure I've copied this. Fire up twisted oh, hang on. I usually like to open that from shuttle. This is slightly different for me because I'm talking my way through it. That'll always screw me up. And let's see. Verb sixes with our new version. And then I will normalize that and save it. And at this stage, I'm not going to reset the the speakers. Instead, what I'm going to do is just do my routine on this one, and then we're going to do my routine on the 15 that I already did this morning, after having done another 15 not set to all the same setting. So there we go. And back over to the other computer. My stuff is being awkward, but that's fine. We can do this directly on the SD card. Not a problem. Batch processing for this. Oh, not that one. That's my amen break process. And it's going to take longer because it's reading from and writing to an SD card. So it doesn't like doing that very much. It's slow. And now it says Fletcher M. Here's our filtered version. And if we analyze this and then measure it in the methods that I need to use, 21.26 average RMS plus 0.99 gets us to be 22.25. That actually does not succeed in the Fletcher-Munson thing, but we're going to hear it anyway. Just because it did not make the cut doesn't mean that this is worthless. Then the other measurement for it is the measurement on the full size version. That's 15.20 plus 0.999, 16.1. That does get it to be color-coded purple. And if we were to listen to this, this is what we would hear. So this is the kind of reverb that we can get with almost no processing whatsoever. One of the worst case scenarios, if we can generate this within a matter of seconds, we could maybe generate many other reverbs and be more picky about them and maybe get a better result. Here it is with guitar. So it's got a little bit of that not sounding good. Here's a sweep. Here's Alien Kittens. So we don't have to keep this, it's fine. But you literally watched me generate that on the screen using Into the Matrix in a matter of like a few minutes. Just a few minutes is all that was. And now that I've rejected that one, what I can do is take that out of the calculation because all the other ones were showing very different results. So we're going to go through and test all of these guys now. This is my process. I do this every morning, but the way this is looking, I might very well end up doing this for hours every morning and getting just so many incredible reverbs out of it that I'll just be able to play. And this is literally what I'm doing, is showing you how I do this and evaluate them. Anybody else wants to do this kind of thing, by all means, they should. So here's where we left off. This is my morningly routine. I like making it so I can see what I'm doing. And yeah, we could be looking at me using the PariQ stuff and so on to go into making console versions that are modeled not after given hardware so much as the sound of given studios. Like, I could absolutely do a console compass based on the records that I have that came out of Compass Point. I know that's an MCI console. I know a variety of things about it. And what I can do is just target things like Talking Heads, things like certain Bob Marley and the Wailers, stuff that I know came out of Compass Point, and then set up the PariQs to have filters that resemble what's being done there. And then I could also do a K-compass if I was able to identify, oh, hey, this is a popular reverb that they used for a lot of things. This is the chamber they had. This is whatever. And then you'd combine all those things together. And something like K-compass would also include things like slew 4, things like it would just naturally come out like a 70s and or 80s record, because all the channels in the bus would force you not to have nasty digital highs or whatever. You'd push it in whatever way you wanted, and there would be a limit to how far any of that could go. It would have stuff like tape hack built into it. And all of that would come together to a very simple approach for just recording whatever. B-52s is another Compass Point. Marley is often a Helios sound, but Rastaman Vibration is an MCI sound. Rastaman Vibration was not Compass Point, but whatever that studio was in Florida that the Eagles spent a lot of time at. I feel like you should be able to do that. My hope is to be able to do things like set it up so you could record a vocal onto your phone, like I did for the K-Station demo, and then have that transformed into acting more like it was recorded in a large diameter condenser. Because the amount of difference that you have between a decent modern tiny microphone and a large diameter condenser, and we're going to be able to see some of that in my work because I have sent off to have my Roswell Colaris fixed. Roswell Colaris is really a better match for me as far as recording voices for the weekly plugin post. Anyways, I have this to do, and I'm going to need to revise this so that probably what's going to happen is it's going to initially be the room size. And this is a weird way of describing room size, but this is what I've been doing this entire time, so I'm leaving it the same. And then rather than these letters, because they're always going to be the same now, I kind of need to have this be different so that if there are different reverbs of exactly the same room size, I get to count them differently. So I'm probably going to take like D3A, D3B, and D3C and run them together. So it'll be 999, 1166, 1541, 1690. It's going to be incredibly unlikely for that to repeat. And if it did, it would mean that I had the same reverb, and so I could skip that one. But I'll just make like an extended code number out of these, and all they are is some of the reverb constants. But yeah, right now we are looking at something that would be 61-259-369-387. Or indeed, I could just take the first two, 61-259-369. Because these numbers typically are different even when the room size is the same. And it'll be tidier, having not as many weird letters everywhere. But I need to take a minute and go and do these now. So here's the process beginning to be underway. So, like, talk amongst yourselves, basically. I'm going to bomb my way through these until I get to a point where I can talk more freely. I do this every weekday morning. It's getting to where my speed with it is fairly respectable. And I don't have to overthink every little detail. My hands just kind of know what to do. For instance, I always have to quit so that I can load another one. Copy, paste, build, copy the name. And come to think of it, there is something that I can do. This is a good sign, by the way. If the Alien Kitten section is throwing a dynamic spike that is stopping the thump section from going all the way to full volume, that probably means good things. Stop that. No. Hang on, honey. Slow the heck down. I don't want to save it as that. See, this is why I need to set something up. We need to do this. And these smaller ones are likely to produce decent performance, but this is actually the first I'll be testing with them all set to exactly the same setting, rather than randomizing the settings. I did my experimentation with randomizing the settings, and now it's going to be doing all the same setting. And while I do that, we're going to put on some kind of funny music. Oh, is this too funny of music? That was the stuff that I did with the Bastel Castles, so that didn't really work out the way I wanted. I'll put on funny music, and we can always do Welcome to Free Luna. That works pretty well. Look at how fast this loads compared to the antique computer. It really does pretty good. In fact, I will even set that up with meters so that you can enjoy what that does. And I'm going to leave that playing because I'm not going to be able to talk very well. So we can both listen to this while... Oh, hang on. Hang on. I know what I'm doing. Maybe. Those are my settings for weekly plugin streaming. Back to work. Also, I should throw another log on the fire. This stuff was basically the best that I could do with sequencers, in that it's modular synths, so it's machine time. This is the best I could do with that. Gotta figure out some new ways for music making. I have some ideas regarding the arrangement card program I'm working on. Ideas on like formulating that stuff a little better. See, that's a small room reverb, that is. So I could be talking about generating 10 times as many of these a day. That would have me doing this little routine for much longer, which does risk repetitive strain injuries. The question is that worth it? This is already my everyday for weekdays. I should be able to get guitar sounds like that in the box, since I can run the channel output into a guitar amplifier now. Let's see, build. These synthesizer tones are more modular synthesizer stuff. This is a pretty decent album considering that it's all machines. You wouldn't necessarily know that it was all modular synthesizer, but it is. That can be fun stuff. I assume I saved that 740. We'll find out. And that drum fill was actually more modular synthesizer, although I think it was me drumming. Okay, so do you say 640 or do you say something else? Good. Yeah, this one was called Solenoid Strut. Not a bad album. There's many other things I'd like to do than this, but this came off okay. Was able to do some of the stuff I wanted with it. Example of some of the stuff that you can do if you're working entirely in like a no EQ, no mixing context. Arrangement does all of the heavy lifting as far as mixing for this. That said, one thing this does lack is that it tends to ramble. But it's kind of part of the point, though. It's a combination of the repetitiveness of electronic music with the rambliness of guitar solos. So yeah, it's its own thing. Whether anybody likes it, well, people did buy it when it came out. It's still out there, you know. Should set it up so that I can listen to it in my car. Probably sound nice. Yeah, again, I do this all morning. This is where I got those recent reverbs from. Put on something like this, or like some drum and bass mix on YouTube or something. Just derping along, doing the manual tasks to facilitate this stuff. I can probably measure these at this stage too, and not even save the ones that don't perform a certain amount. I can probably do that. What I don't know is whether something like this that looks like, see, we can measure this. This is the same as what I do in the other control. Takes a little longer. So that's similar to how I'm measuring it. So I can go by these numbers or this number. Smaller is better, but what I don't know is whether filtering it would give me different behavior. Also, my RMS window is not good for this. And it's not changing loudness or average RMS at all. It's only changing maximum RMS. So typically I just save these rather than trying to measure them. It would take about the same amount of time, honestly. I think this song is as long as it is because that strut and groove sat so well with me. And it doesn't have to be. Things you can learn for later, I guess. And my synthesizer guitar. Gotta love that synthesizer guitar. That's why I always have to have an Alpha Juno. I have to have an Alpha Juno so I can make a guitar do this. Maybe I should learn like different methods of doing this, or get a trackball or something specifically so that I can do more of this without hurting myself. Because again, the RSI does end up catching up to me. Many mouse clicks for each of these attempts. is called Electron something. It's never going to be as big of a hit as Neutron Dance. The interestingest thing about this is this entire album was cranked out in a rapid hustle before I was going to go and travel to Canada to date somebody. And it was kind of with her encouragement, like, oh no, you should totally go and do that. Record your album, do your music. That would be great. So I did. Sometimes you get an encouragement in that kind of way. And just derping around by yourself isn't as encouraging. So then you can say, like, either modular synthesizer music or rock and roll can be a form of sexual display. Lady friend said, you should do an album. And I went, gosh, sure will. And I did. Absence of lady friend, no album. Go figure. Although granted, I'm making better plugins at the moment, so there's that. I think this entire album is using my own drums rather than the Amen break. Technically, I can do better than that, because if I mixed things and then did this with them, I would have more interesting things going on. Getting up to the final. Alrighty, and we've gotten through 15 of those, which took X amount of time, totaling probably less than 15 minutes. Back over to this, where we now go to this process, copying these into here. Oh, not like that. Command drag. We're going to hang on to verbs text there, but then these ones that don't actually qualify, under these measurements will simply be discarded. And now the question is, these are actually from this morning rather than running overnight. So these are essentially all optimized algorithm-wise, but they have not gone grinding through millions upon millions upon millions of possibilities to find the best one. These are slightly more randomized. But what's going to happen before that is I'm going to make my final cup of coffee for the day because it's just getting on towards noon. So let's bounce back over to here so you can see something happening. I'm not worried about we're not piping through to the stream audio today. It'll be fine. So let me put that back. And I will be right back. Actually, you know what? Check this out. Deep room sound this time. Natural, because this is the microphone up in the corner of the room. So that's what my room sound sounds like. You get a good sense of how good my subwoofers are playing it in this context. I think this is just a weird sort of song. Sometimes you can really hear that I grew up listening to reggae. Heavy on this, we're clipping the string, but you can also see on the zero cross meter, the bass is too heavy on the zero cross meter as well. It's below that 40 hertz line. In fact, some of it is substantially below the 40 hertz line. That's what's causing the meter to freak out. That's what's chasing everybody. Okay, I will be back soon enough. how much I'm chasing everybody away has to do with the fact that the bass is clipping the stream. It isn't now, but pretty easy to do. Ta-da! So I have now chased everybody away playing music, and I have a bunch of stuff to go through, so I'm going to go through it. Firstly, get out a twisted wave. We just copied these guys from this. So the next stage in my series of operations that I must do in order to do my work is to fire up twisted wave again, do batch processing. Again, wrong place. Bring them into here and do the Fletcher-Munson batch. And that involves biquad triple set to exactly this. That's 3 biquads stacked up. Even though the Q is only 0.58, that is still a pretty substantial notch. They are copied over onto the solid state drive, so that runs a lot faster than it did on the SD card. And now we start walking through these guys one by one. And again, every day pretty much is taken up with doing this. That's how I got to K-Station. It came out of this process. So let's see. 2323 plus 0.06. That counts as green. And here I don't actually get to play background music unless I was to play it on the other computer maybe. Because this is the program I typically use for doing that, and it's being used up by this analysis is probably the term. 0.89 plus 0.15 is 23.04. So what we're going to get into later is that all of these are using the same sort of code phrase here, which represents the settings on into the matrix, which I'm going to replace today with a slightly revised version. Exactly what it's going to be doing, I am not as clear on, but we'll figure it out. Maybe I'll store some of the most recent settings. So I'm doing 15 overnight, and I have CPU and memory enough to deal with that. And if I did 2 stages, the most recent 2, that would give me 30 to go through like this. If I did 3, that would be 45 to go through like this. And if I did the 4 most recent ones for each one, that would be 60 every day to go through like this. The more I go through, the more likely it becomes that I am hitting on something. And 2.04 plus 0.19 this time. That one failed. And 1.87 might fail. Plus 0.29, or maybe not. Oh God, I did that wrong. I wonder what just happened. 0.87 plus 0.29, 22.16, that also failed. These fail when they are not peak happy enough and have too much RMS energy relative to peak. That's how these fail. And I'm searching for the rare one that is extraordinarily well scoring compared to the others. 22.49 That's also close enough to a fail. Actually, it technically is a fail because 22.5 is when I start paying attention. That one auto fails. So this is with me running it for just like 45 minutes or so. The very first one I tried was run for like 5 minutes earlier in the stream. Another fail. So the theory is if I run this overnight, I am more likely to, maybe I'll just do the two most recent. That's an auto fail. Nothing I can add to that is going to be enough to make it rate. It has to get up to 22.5 and it can't. It's starting at 20.9. So maybe running these over a long period of time does still help because we're not really doing that and we're not really getting spectacular results even though the algorithm is optimized every single time. But that one already rates 22.67 plus 0.71. 23.38, that gets us into the green. So the concept then is this is going to be a relatively good sounding reverb compared to some of these other ones. It's going to sound more distant. I can measure what makes them sound more distant, but I have not yet worked out how do you just code one to sound distant from scratch. But nobody else has either, so I'm safe there. 22.86. Well, I got into the purple. Looky here. Plus 0.77. 23.42. That's another one that made it into the green. So normally I'd be working this on a bunch of reverb algorithms that were the highest performers after running the thing literally overnight. Not 45 minutes, not 5 minutes, literally overnight until it couldn't run anymore. That one rates gray. Because when I run it overnight, it has better chances at, that one's not going to make it, better chances at producing a high wrecking result. But this was run for merely an hour rather than 10 hours. That one also is not going to give me a result. And this is pretty comparable to what I normally get running it literally overnight. In fact, the three that rated as green are a good sign. We'll delete the rest of these. We'll open up verbs text. And delete all the ones we're not actually using. Weirdly, oh no, wait, there's not, these are not in order correctly. 61, 150, and then all these rest of these are quite large. So 150 to 717. And that's interesting too, because I don't usually block out all the ones in the middle there. And this time I did. 756, 779, and then 782, and that's it. So there's this entire chunk in here under these settings that performed pretty well. That's kind of neat. And then here's my total collection. Guys, we go to select verbs. Select verbs double winners and copy these algorithms over en masse. Then we can look them up later. This is like 70,000 words already, just about. Save that. Save this. Delete this. Put this away because until tomorrow morning I'm not going to be dealing with shuttle anymore. We're not going back to this just yet. This was a bunch of extra work. It isn't really conducive to streaming, but it has to be done. And then lastly, here are my high scorers. And I haven't finished my work because I haven't calculated the LUFS of the entire thing. So now I got to go and do that. Let's do that. Looks the same, isn't. So LUFS 7.67. 17.67 plus 0.06, 17.73. So that rated as yellow. It gets sorted by these colors I'm calling out. .91 plus 0.15. Ooh, 1806. We just got a orange coded one. And then these guys are all kind of in the largest sized room thing. 15.82 plus 0.71, 16.5. That rates as blue. Open, Dan. Thank you. And 15.42 plus 0.75 this time. Okay, not very impressive, but let's see what it... Actually, no, I already set it up. We'll keep it. Now we're getting into some of the larger ones. 15.85 plus 0.77 blue. And let's see whether that one's any good. 15.95 plus 0.78. Also blue. And now that we've got both color codings on, we can just drag this over to here, and it will fit into my ratings. Best at the top and downwards as we go. So this one's probably garbage because it's too small of a room to be in this position, but now we have two of these that are actually looking pretty respectable in this category, and one that is a larger room that fits into this category. And what do those sound like? Previous one. Today. That's not bad. Okay, so one thing I'm discerning is that in this zone, we get a sort of whoopee heavy bass. You hear bass there. Yeah. I mean, granted, I didn't get any really high scorers, but then I wasn't running it overnight either. I think my next thing needs to be rehacking that program so I can continue running it overnight with exactly these settings. And I'm going to set it up so that those are off screen and readjust the interface a little bit, just so that it's more fun to fool with. Settings are going to be fixed now. It's going to remember the last two results it got. And maybe have a button where it copies both of those things to the clipboard just by hitting one button. That seems like that might be good. I bet I can do that. And it might be less keystrokes doing that too, so I like that. I figure I can test that out, and then I run them overnight. And at that point, I can move over to the other computer and start fooling with FATEQ. And we'll see how that goes. I've got like an afternoon to get this stuff done. I'm still a little puzzled. Maybe it's simply because I was playing a bunch of music while working rather than chattering away. I got the work done fast enough, but it wasn't enough to hold the stream. Holding the stream is not my primary job. Getting this work done is. But this is just one instance of a endless load of work that I have to do that lasts literally forever. Or as long as I last anyhow. And it leads to stuff like Alien Spaceship or whatever. So here's our next stage for today. Assuming I don't have to throw another log on the fire. No, it looks good. That fire is hanging in there well enough for now. And this is taking up the whole damn screen. How about we don't? How about you not take up the whole damn screen? It's been too long since I've been doing this work on stream. There we go. Yeah, maybe at some point I can move on to, like, I don't know, maybe next week we can do some Minecraft streaming or whatever. That generally hangs there with people better. But this is actually significant in its own right. Me getting to do this has in fact mattered. See, when I move these things out of this window, they still get to operate. Nothing has necessarily happened. I don't have to care about this if I'm not adjusting the controls. That I probably do have to care about. It gives me my randomization. So back over to the script. This gets fired when the program starts. So what's currently happening when we start the program is it's reading this 1000. See self-text inked. And then it's a random range of between the square root of that and that. And then the actual result ends up being a range. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to think of what this needs to do. I'm just going to do it. I am just going to do it. Did that work? It did not. There. So what we have now done is we are subtracting by square root target seats and then adding a random from 0 to square root target seats. Since we subtracted 0.5, the value is now going to bounce around in a range that is smaller than it was before, but it's still going to randomize it somewhat. This means it's going to care about what size I put in. It's not going to give me the full range anymore, but it'll mean that I can focus in on a seat range. So I probably want to think in terms of what ranges am I actively interested in right now. Remembering also that the end results end up being a little bit smaller than what that range actually is. To the point of maybe even being half the size of what the range actually is. And in that case, maybe what I want to do is simply have the randomize be adding what I started up to the square root of that. So what we just did, if I have 400, now it's going to produce a random value that is larger than 400. How much? Good question. Let's find out. That gave me a 402. It's random. There's a 412. There's a 410. There's a 401. There's a 416. So this should produce random numbers. The actual room sizes will be part of the algorithm generating it, so it's not actually going to give me exactly that. Instead, I run it and it gives me relative to that. Like, see, it said 411, but this is going to change to say, like, there's a 404, there's a 331. It's going to do that. It's going to give me something more like that. Also, I am so disinterested in using these that for this build, I can probably just omit that. I am so uninterested in these other buttons that they don't need to sit in the actual interface. Also, this goes over to here. I've removed some of this information, so I can scooch it over, scooch this up, maybe not that far. That seems legit. Please let me click on you. Thank you. I can stretch that out a tiny bit. Let me still have loads of space to fit that. Because that caption doesn't actually change at all, does it? See, I'm just trying to figure out whether I can scale down the size of this or just alter it in various ways. Also, let me, just because I'm not having much in the way of chat talking to me doesn't mean I can't have that window open. Let's have that window open. See, this is chat. Earlier this morning, people were actually talking to me. Doesn't mean that I can't have that visible even if they're not. Just because I'm doing my actual work, which is literally what I do on these streams, so I'm not sure what anybody's expecting. And people actually left when I wasn't. People actually left when I was grinding through the work without talking about it very much. So can I move this? I bet I could move this. Can I resize that? Here's something. So that's the background color. But you can't actually see texture rect because it's currently transparent, but it does matter. It's this. Meaning that I could probably adjust some of these a little bit, maybe. That's, how big is that? Okay, seems legit. Resize it just right, and it doesn't have a scroll bar built into it. That's wordy. It's just a piece of rich text label. And that needs to be big because it contains information. And this is going to be one of two of these. So, firstly, let me run this again. If it lets me, maybe it's not going to let me. No, here we go. You're not letting me run you. Come on. What's your little problem? Why can't I click on stuff up here? See? I'm supposed to be able to click on that. There we go. I don't know what its problem was. Okay, that is a very stripped down looking interface with only the one button that I want. And here's the kind of stuff it shows. Variations tried so far, update 7, at least 119 to 1. I can move these into this area. It's kind of what I have in my mind now, is scrunching this into a tiny little window, seeing as I'm just going to be hitting run and like setting the room size here before running it, or programming the room size in and just going with that. And then here is where I get my end results. And you can't see it too much because I've made this window tiny. So I'll make that bigger. That said, maybe I don't need to worry about that because I don't really have to read it from here. I have not done yet the click a button to copy both of these to the clipboard. And I feel certain that Godot has that, and it might actually be a more efficient way of doing this if you run it from not reaching its final calculation. See, we're up to update 11, and we can go up to 18 or so, running overnight. I'm probably still going to go with running overnight, but I'm going to keep the most recent best scores. Because really, if I do 18 updates, number 18 is likely fairly good, but number 17 was also likely fairly good. We just beat it barely by number 18. 2 instances should suffice. So let's quit out of there. Let me take a moment and check again. New high scores and odds. Is that about the same number of words as the previous one? Like, is it taking up about the same amount of text space, or does it immediately get smaller? Goes over to here. I'm going to say, yeah, that is about the same number of words. It'll get larger as we keep going, but that's about the same number of words. Size can go there. That can go there. This can go here, and then I'm going to squish it to fit within this. That's how big the screen is. Let's move you over. And then I have all the space in the world to locate this. It's going to be completely fine. This is the screen that I want to remain visible, and where the rest of this is kind of based off of. There's a button, there's a text field, label for the text field, and another text field. So if this looks like this, I would be able to fit two of them side to side. And also look at all the controls I no longer have to have fit on this. If we run it like this, I mean, I can resize all of this stuff a whole bunch of different ways. We don't have to show this at all. I'm fixing to set it up so that you don't actually have to click on it and hit select all and hit Control X. I mean to have a button in here where you just hit that button and it just gives you the content of the text fields. That is something that I have to test though. So there's our text field. Ooh. Okay, here's an idea. Let's quit out of here. Let's get even more bold. Oops, oops, oops. I can see what I'm trying to do and I can't seem to do it. You guys can sit up there. You sit down here. And you get duplicated because we're going to have two instances of each of these, if not more. I could legitimately see there being 3 each. And that means, oh, and they're all in the same damn place. Okay, so that's not useful. But if we duplicate you, there. 1, 2, 3. And they are off screen. So we never actually get to see what they say, which also means the placeholder text means nothing. So let's, it's a little out of date anyhow. It's talking about controls that no longer do anything. It's a great pity you can't see both of these things at once. But no matter, we will manage. This overflows, so it doesn't really have to be accurate, does it? I'm sure that's fine. Those can take up their own space. That can live there. You don't really need to have that there, but it's fine. And with this new available space, we can fit these here. Meaning we also get to resize this. So this now becomes, oh, hang on, whoa, up there. Let's go right up to the root and let's add, oops, this. What do we call it? Text? Honestly, I wonder whether maybe my stream is broken or something. It is early afternoon, though. Early afternoon is a scenario where people typically are not here. And it's fine. Alrighty, so we do still need to adjust the project size. That's in project settings. Display window. So, hello. Aha. There, see where that line moved? You can't see the line very easily, but all the same, it would be great if you could move those lines around just by clicking. But we're not in that world. Maybe some future version of Godot will let you do that. Well, let's see what this gave us. More. More. This is going to be the cutest little program for all the power it will have. Okay, give it a little more space. Let's just sort of converge on the correct, nope, not that. Oh, not that either. Don't mind me. This is not the serious time of day. This is the just about nobody is watching, so I can be as dumb as I want kind of day. And I'm still got a little tiny bit of coffee to finish. Oh, and this does need to fit this screen. So we are actually zeroing in on something that is not all loosey-goosey, but gets to be, what was it, 530? Beautiful. Now if we run it, look at this cute little program. Ermagerd. It's adorable. And all we do is set the size, hit this, and the rest of it is still going to show just as it did before. But all the controls that used to live here aren't there anymore. And I could do with making a little more space for that button, but that's all well and good. I could probably shrink the button. It doesn't really need to say 6 by 6. And then I need to make it so that if I click this one, maybe it stops generation, but it copies everything in these fields. You're not currently seeing what's in these fields, but it's being filled with valuable data that's not really human interpretable based on this particular instance of a reverb being generated. And we're at update 9, so this would be 9, 8, and then 7, and hitting copy should put all of those into the text buffer. You know, I could also make it quit the program. That would be even less keystrokes to do. I can find that out right away. So we're going to name that button copy. And just for fun, we're going to move it to the top of the screen. Or let's move it to where the other buttons live. So search 6 is the only one left on the screen. And in fact, I think I can scrunch that. Maybe I can't. What's going on? Why are you not responding? I apparently can't resize you, and I don't know why. Oh, I can resize that, but that's not the bit I was looking to resize. It is restricted . But that'll make it slightly less restricted. Zooming in like this lets me align things a little bit more neatly. And yeah, we're looking to have this do stuff, but it doesn't have anything attached to it yet. So what we do is go to the scene where we can click on this and have it be selected. And let's create a script. Attach script. It's not going to be a built-in one. Template. Inherits button. Template is no default. Object would mean it wouldn't inherit any of that stuff and it wouldn't have any of that information. This stuff is all done in GDScript, so we can do this as well. And create. So I've got multiple buttons here. So this is the bit that I need. The rest of it I don't. This is now dummy information. We'll see if it runs anyway. Okay. It runs. It lets you click. We're not doing anything yet. Can you simply type quit? No. So in the indented block, I need to run a something. Here's the kinds of things that I can do. I can do get parent. So we're working through this basically from scratch now. These are the things we can do. I don't know at what point I can get into the actual code and program of it, but we're going to find out. So parent is actually parent of that button. We could do the viewport in the window, but what I'm looking to do is a series of copy routines. Alrighty then. So now this is going to become a thing. We can do this. We can start with an empty string. We can go and look over here and see that we can refer to this. This is where we apply these things. But in this point, we want to copy it over. That worked. And we've got multiple instances of it. I've also got carriage returns in here. That is done by, let's see, how is that done? Not there, but up here somewhere. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. So I know I have a carriage return in here somewhere, but it's not here. But I do know that I have it in there somewhere. So where's my carriage return string? It is \n, that's what it is. So that might just work. What I don't know is how to copy stuff to the clipboard, although I might be able to do that off of output. These are all things one can do. I don't see clipboard here, though. And that is going to become important. So at this stage, it is actually time for me to go and look. I do enjoy working with Godot. I mean, it's being a little frustrating, but then that's because I'm always thinking about what I'm trying to do rather than how the program actually works or how Godot actually works. Display server works in iOS. Interesting. And it's Godot 4. It's 5 years ago. People doing their various silly things. And this is probably GDScript. So that at least seems legit. It works as code. We're going to run this and then open a text file. And that does function. And now we hit copy while it's busy doing that and see if it does the thing. Did it do the thing? It totally did. So, once more with feeling, this time if we run this, code is going to be the most recent version of a reverb here, and code 2 and code 3 don't do anything yet, because I'm going to be bucket brigade copying them into each other. But if I hit copy, boom. Now we have one of these, and it copied it to the clipboard. What that means is I can optimize my system a little bit. So we'll blank that again. And now we got to look for where it's writing that stuff. That's not going to be here. It's in halt. Halt is the system by which this stuff works. We're going to make them match just in case we need to do other sizes of reverb, which we're never doing anymore, but in case I did. 4x4 reverbs are kind of nice in their way, especially if I don't mess with the cross fading. With householder matrices, you don't actually get to take stereo reverbs and have the outputs swap in any way. It is the tool that is generating all the reverbs I've made lately up to and including things like Station, K-Cosmos, and so on. it's done all the most recent reverbs. So this is basically what you get for that. And what we need to do is a series of these. And that ought to do it. That alone should do the job. It's a bucket brigade thing like I do with, oh, look at that. That's not quite what I wanted, but we're fine. I'll fix it. Okay. Now, if I do this, and then I run this, I could use any of these, but this is the one I'm doing, the 6x6s. See, we've got up to update 4, now update 7, 8, and so on. I do not have copy quitting out of here yet, but that's next. The hope is to make it so that I can run these programs and they'll like fill up the screen and so on. And then I just hit copy. And it quits the program even if it's still running and gives me the last 3 versions. Now it doesn't quit yet, but I can quit manually. You're supposed to be able to hit that. It just straight up quits and then gives you this. 1, 2, 3, and then just enough spaces that if you quit another one and then paste that, boom, 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 very rapidly filling up a text file with all of these instances. I do need to rename these though, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm ready to do it. Because these are the same every time now, and they need to be individual distinguishing factors. Otherwise, I'll have overlaps. There'll be multiple things at the same size. Especially since these are all roughly the same. See, there's a 308, and down here is another 308, but it's 43 for D6A there. And also, no, that's because I just pasted it 3 times. Never mind. The basic idea is still solid. I'm just being confused. And the reason I'm being confused is because I'm trying to do something I haven't done, and you're supposed to, so we're all good. Oh, you were 10 minutes? Don't worry about it. This is early afternoon Airwindows stream. Hardly anybody here, so don't you worry about that. With a bit of luck, things will get more interesting for people as this continues to go. Perhaps as they start coding FATIQ, that will bring in the masses as they see me coding on the antique laptop. I'm not sure whether Godot really holds as much interest. So, what next? Well, I'm working with this stuff. Let's get it to quit before updating the other bit. Hey Jess, let's get it to quit before updating the other bit. I have successfully copied stuff to clipboard. How do you quit the program? Quit application from GDScript. There's somebody who made a video about it. Here's an old version on GDScript 3.1. I see no answer here, but okay. Ah, there we go. Get root. Well, let's see. And I do wonder whether I can... I guess we can find out whether I can have a pause. Might not need one. Let's find out if we need one. One way to find out, if I do this, and then it's not able to do it before that happens. Oh, hi. How about now? Also no. Okay. Why can't we get root? This is supposed to be root. Get parent to any of these should be root, so how about we try get parent, which in theory will give us root, not in the sense of a Unix system, but in the sense of inside Godot. And since we have stepped back to this node, which says basic root, that is the root, and quit does appear to be available in it, let's find out if it worked. So we can run this, and then it's going to be busy doing this. And then we hit copy. Does it in fact quit out of this program? Ah, well that's funny. Invalid call, and yet it worked. What does that even mean? If it's a non-existent function, why did it quit? Oh, did it quit because it was an error? I mean, it worked. Did it give us? It did. Okay. So here's the question. Do I keep this because it did the correct thing, or do I debug it because it thinks it's doing the wrong thing? You call a non-existent function and it goes, ah, splat. And yet, can it do this? Also a non-existent function. Okay, now you've got me getting confused and curious. Well, actual Godot documents then. Alrighty. It wants get tree rather than get root. Fair. Fair. Oh, and you can make it not quit when hitting Command Q. I will not care about that, nor do I want it, but all the same. Scene tree quit, huh? All right, we are in GD script. Let's see whether this does better. How's that? Okay. It did not mind that. My go-to code editor in Godot for GDScript is Godot. Now we see whether set a tiny size room so we can tell whether it worked. It is busily filing in updates. So if I run this overnight, it will generate large numbers of updates just by eventually trying enough options and having them be better. But if I quit now, it has copied my tiny size rooms to the clipboard and quit. So the thing I was watching for is, will it quit not having copied the stuff to clipboard? And it looks as if it has. Next step is to replace this stuff with these numbers. And I can probably just do the first two. Honestly, the first one would be enough, but I can probably just do the first two and have that be a unique identifying number. We'll find out. So this works. Halt 1 is where we are copying stuff. These things have to stay. That stuff has to stay. But somewhere in here we are generating the code letters. I don't know whether we're using this or not. So matrix name text plus suffix A. Are we generating that here? I feel like maybe we're not. Where are we generating matrix name? Haha. So if we stick this in where we can see it, we get to see what it does. Run it. And I guess, no, that actually isn't doing anything, is it? That's just there for if you wanted to use it. And we haven't been using that for ages. This was for setting the settings in a certain way. And then saying, okay, we're going to codename this all like the Fred reverb experiments. And then it would show Fred in the output. And that's kind of useless. So let's delete that and take it out of the code. It's been a while since I bothered to do that, and it just confused and misled me. Nobody has time for that. Oh boy, it's making things difficult for me. Please let me click on the right place, I beg of you. That's not the right thing at all. Okay, let's try again. Let's try clicking on a thing and getting a result. It's going to take all of my strength and ability. Plus. There. Now if I do that 3 more times, that should be all. Then we can move on and try to make sense of the rest of it. I have to find out where it's doing the thing. Yikes. What in the earth was that? Let's not do that. It seems like that would only lead to grief. Okay, now it should run. And indeed it does run. So where are we getting these code names? It prints out stuff from down here. And I think it's this line of code that's doing it. Well, we just copied stuff to... All right. So it says this after 6x6 true. I think we're generating suffix early. And then there's a timestamp. So we can find where it says this by where it says this, because it'll happen a little bit earlier. Yup, okay. Here's where it does it. So I'm going to ignore all this. I'm going to ignore all this. Suffix does need to have that dash in there. And then it needs to have that. But, well, as long as I'm at it, let's get the rest of these done. Suffix, where are you? So if I delete these, we're getting rid of some of those things, and we're leaving the part of the suffix where it ends with the size of the matrix. I'm going to keep that. Although maybe I'll add another dash. Or maybe not. There's no special reason why I can't just leave that. And so for each one of these, what the next thing I need to do is take this. So let's see, so no more get parent. I don't know quite why I have delay speed 2. I was meaning to do delay speed 1. Then we can do delay speed 2, and that should be the same for every single one. It could be arbitrary, honestly. I could have that be a random number, and it would be fine. That would be a degree of additional randomize I don't think I need, but it would work. Let's make sure of that. Yeah, that ought to work. There, and here. And lastly here. Because they're all going to have delays B1 and, well, except for, no, it means different things. Let me correct it. I'm never going to know which of these are which either. Let's assume it's across the top of the reading. So that, for this case, that was going to be 5 and 6. We're using the values for the 3x3, which is not really what I intended. Oh, and that's delay C. Okay. So never mind, 1 and 2 is actually correct. Let's see if it holds for this as well. Wait, where even was delay C coming from? Well, that appears correct. Shouldn't need to care about these. 1 and 2. And, well, let's see if it worked. I am not actually using, well, I'm using a lavalier mic when I do this. Actually, it's fine time for me to put a log on the fire, so why don't I do that? What you're hearing is a lavalier mic tucked into the corner of the room. Like, this is me walking up close to it. That's a lavalier mic. But in the talking to the camera view, that's not a lav. The talking to the camera view is a Rode. It's a particular sort of Rode that is unusually low noise. I forget exactly, probably NT1. I don't think it's that easy to look it up by just looking at the mic. Okay, so let's get this going. It'll probably light. Yeah, so what you're hearing right now is in fact a lav, but it's a lav being used as a PCM. Come on, you can do it. My back's doing a little better than it was. I've been working on that for like a week. Actually, I let some air in like this. There we go. Up, and then it turned back off again. There we go. It needed air blowing in the side. As soon as that takes off a little bit, I get to close it again. There we go. And in fact, I can put the damper on, it should still be fine. Okay. Hi. Yeah, so this is the Rode. I wonder if it says on there somewhere. Does it? No, I don't think it does. It is a black Rode condenser mic known for its extremely high self-noise. And by high, I mean if it was being given a score for self-noise, it would be one of the highest scorers, technically meaning that it would be extremely low self-noise. That's just me being confusing for no good reason. Forgive me. Hey, Calculus. Yeah, see, the afternoon shift is arriving. So here we have my adorably tiny new reverb generator that is now optimized to all of the good Japanese hi. I forget what that means, but it doesn't mean hello. It means like watch out or something. And I get to run this overnight or run it until it ceases, at which point if I hit copy, maybe I'll call it stop. Whether it's running or not, that is how I quit out of it, and then I just paste. And we have successfully done the thing I wanted to do. The last digit is the size of the matrix, and the reference numbers are different enough each time. Like the bottom one is going 72, 78, 6. Top one's going 56186. So they're randomized numbers, except for that I'm not actually having to run randomized. That should work. I should be able to stack any number of these up and not reduplicate, although I could simply add even more. Also, could I've been having to select these when building the program and copying it over and running it in, like, there are certain things I can do where it will not simply only select a subset, forcing me to click and drag. I should be able to make it so that if I double click it, it'll select that entire section. And it's going to be in a predecessor to maybe X. That's always a fun letter to use, right? Let's see. And then if I do that, let's put a little more space in there. And take a couple of spare spaces out. That's halt 3, but I should be able to use this regardless. Let me go back. Gotta go back. And maybe let's not even have these intermediate ones. We're just going to make a giant number that can be selected. So 1, 2, 3 become the giant number that can be selected. All that matters is it's randomized. I think that's enough to make it be randomized. And now I copy this over to the other places where it exists. This is the kind of thing where people are like, do not repeat yourself. That needs to be a little function that lives somewhere. And then you go to it, and everywhere you use it, it does this thing. And I can kind of see the point, but I get by with having stuff mimic other stuff. Like if the stuff is the same, then it works the same. Well, you know, I've done a game where it does background music. I would like to lean more into that. I just don't have enough support for things like my plugins in the audio engine. All right, copy. I'm going to call it stop. I'm going to rename it. Program stops when you hit stop. And I did just run it, so in theory, this is what it made. Paste. And the name of the audio file becomes this. Okay, a double click, and I got it. Dash did not actually work for that. I wonder whether I can do something better visually. Like instead of that first X, it could be seat. Let's try. And then do not repeat yourself, or you might have to do this. I can also do lowercase for the X. And let's run that. Yeah, I mean, all of that is very... Oh, let's do a giant one. 2,000-seater. So in theory, that's going to generate some stuff that would work as reverbs. But we're not actually doing anything with it because this is just a sort of demo. I could see making a little more space. That 6x6 button with its highlight is stepping on text and stuff. Not that that really matters that much. It's probably fine. But yeah, this is not for doing anything with. This is for running a whole bunch of these overnight. And then when I get up in the morning, whether they have finished or not, because it will get to a point where it's like finished. And then it's not running the code any longer. But it takes a long time to get to that point. And the only reason that point exists is because the program used to crash when I was running it too hard. So I wake up in the morning, some of them are still running, some of them are not, but rather than having to copy text out of any of them, whether they're running or not, I just hit stop. And paste. That is more readable. That is more readable, and when I copy this, I paste it into the program I paste it into the header file for verb 6's, and then I hit build, and then I hit this and copy that. And then when it's finished doing the thing, there will be a section where it says this, and I paste that and go. That ought to work. It's kind of a big pile of random number there, but at the same by the same token, the purpose of doing that is so that I can go in this giant file, find me this one, and it goes there, and then I know that this one is the one that I settled for, that was the highest performing one so far. And because of the number of random numbers in there, I can get multiple 1632s most likely, and it'll still find me the right one, and we're not going to have duplicates. Because I think it is unlikely that multiple different things at the size 1632 are going to have this exact sequence of constants. In fact, if they did, I would assume that it was the same one, because otherwise it kind of can't have exactly the same values. That works. That is a quality of life upgrade. That will do nicely. We'll quit out of there. That's all set, so we finished that. Usually the way that I do these, do I want to change this? I think the answer to that is yes, I do. And by this, what I mean is you need to extend slightly past that, and then a bunch of this stuff needs to be very slightly relocated. See, it's going to draw a mark around that. I want it to look nicer. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, that's pretty cute looking. It's kind of down towards the bottom edge, but on the other hand, that looks nicer now. Although I could do with a little bit more space still. Let's give it more. That's so tiny. Oops. There we go. And one for you. And you just get resized. Perfect. And move to the side too. But on the other hand, that one's now just about perfect. I see where it's not set up right. How about that? Is that any better? Yeah, that does look better. Although now this stuff can be moved a little bit as well. Well, stop. There. Heck, yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. It is now a tiny, adorable program with all of this stuff sitting off screen, including 3 separate outputs. It's saving the last 3 that it generated, so that running it overnight, I will in fact be generating 3 rather than 1 per instance. And it should be able to do that just fine. I don't anticipate any problem. That actually uses slightly more memory, but I don't think I'm memory bound. And CPU is not going to be improved by not having this stuff on screen. This is what was there before. I've settled on ultimate settings for these. We've also got this stuff, but I'm not worried about it because I haven't been using it since forever. If I want to do a special version of it, I can drag the 4x4 into this place and use it instead. I'm not sure the 4x4 even generates the same things that the 6x6 does. We got the early reflections running as a 3x3, but in any case, we'll save that. I have a habit which may or may not be relevant. I thought at one point that when I ran this and then I built it, it didn't necessarily keep all of the changes that I'd made. So I've developed this habit that might be unuseful of saving it, closing it, reopening it, and then hitting export project to get my audio. Oh, what processor does my Mac have? It's an M1 Ultra for this one. It's a Uber Super Turbo M1 is what it is. I got it years ago when I thought maybe AI was going to be a thing. It can actually run Llama 70B. Not fast, but it can do it. That was back when I thought AI might be a thing. And so now we take all the previous instances of the program and throw them away. And here's a new instance of the new program, which you'll be seeing momentarily. Throw away the disk image file. Make 14 more copies of this one. Might not be on screen, but that's what I'm doing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And so now if I run a batch of these, this is only 5 this time. I can do 15 though. Actually, just for laughs, let's run one more so that we have a, oh, moved it by mistake. Let's not have that. There, neat little grid of things. They're roughly around 400. I can have that be different if I want. Run these overnight. Also run bb edit. So that's going to be my verbs text on my SD card. So when I finished running these, I have a simple, straightforward process. Let me move this stuff around so that I can show you what I'm going to do each morning and how it's hopefully going to be quicker and easier. I'll fit 15 of these on the screen more easily than before because there's next to nothing showing on them anymore. Don't mind me, just shuffling windows. So when these are either finished or when I've woken up in the morning and want to just do them, no, I'm trying to smooth and speed up and increase the number of these that I'm testing each morning. In fact, just for fun, not that it's going to be very much, in fact, that's so little fun that maybe let's not. I'm going to pretend that I did this. If I click into this one and hit stop, it does have to be open, so I guess a double click is what it's going to do. Paste. 1, 2 clicks. Paste. 2 clicks. Paste. 2. Paste. Because the B edit is the one on the top of the screen once I've done this. 2. And paste. So what I don't get to do now is have these sorted by number. So I don't get to go, these increase in seat number, but I shouldn't have to because these are all going to be unique numbers. And then I take these and paste them into verb 6s. I build a test version. And then having, basically what this does is I do Command C to copy it, then Command V in verb 6s.h. Then I hit Command B and it builds one, and then I can do Command C again and I've just copied that title. And it doesn't involve me having to click and drag. It's easier than that. It's just a double click and I'm done. So I'll be doing a lot more double clicks, but I think that's going to be easier on my hands than the way I've been currently doing it. Sorry. And I've just generated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 out of 6 instances of the application. Because for each of these pastes, this was the output of one of the programs. This is the most recent high score, this is the second high score, this is the third high score, and then on to the other program. So I'm getting 3 for the price of 1. And these are probably perfectly good. Like the third best, when it's done 18 iterations and it's gotten like 18 times, it has gotten a new high score. The 17th and 16th high scores are probably still good. And even if they're not, they might be distinct and interesting in a way that will prove useful. So yeah, we are in it to win it with this stuff now. I have a batch of new into the matrices. The 15 number that I use is pretty much, I mean, I could go full hog and see whether I could do 16, But that basically uses up all of the CPUs in the computer. If I do 15 of them, then I can just barely like watch a YouTube video also on the computer, but it's running as many. So in a sense, yep, that is actually literally what you said. It's actually doing how many instances of this program when I run it overnight or when I do something like this with it. See, we'll do 4,000 sized ones. And it's pretty much getting in the zone, although it always makes them be a little smaller than that. But if I decide to run a bunch of these, how many instances of these can I run without lagging too much? Well, maybe, like right now I'm streaming, but if I wanted to run them and then maybe watch a YouTube video before bed or something like that, I can run 15 of these and it'll be fine. I could also stack them up so that I ran literally 14 of them. But now what it's doing is it's effectively running 3 for the price of 1. So rather than generating 15 outputs at the end of the night, it's generating 45. What that means is I spend 3 times as long at the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day, sorry. I wake up in the morning and I have 45 of these dumb things to grind through rather than only 15. But any of them might be good. And what I'm doing is I'm sifting through day after day of these things. You can see that in the way this runs. Oh, also, I have this special way of just making it quit. But you can see the number of days I put into this. And then, like, this was the highest scoring one that I got today. Actually, maybe this one, or maybe this one. And it only managed to make blue-green, green being the one that I care about most. These are the higher scores. And the highest score that I got from yesterday was literally a 96 room. I could maybe call that like 96 inches or something terrifying like that. These are the ones that score really well. Like here is a 188 that is the best I've got so far. In this small size anyway. And then if we go to these, here's a 296. That is also, and it's not unreasonably large. These are kind of unreasonably large. These are along the lines of K-Station. If I want to go for much larger, either I'm doing this kind of thing. When it gets up into this many thousands of seats, it's arguably too big. Or I'm looking for stuff like best score from each one. Here's Guitar Hall being the best score from this degree of sonority. But then if I'm looking for, say, okay, so here's a 560. That's a larger seeming one. There's a 949 here. And then most recently, there's a September 17th had a 1036 in green yellow. So that's what you can get if you get high scores on these metrics while still producing a large size. There's this diffuseness to it, but it's still kind of performing in terms of clarity and sonority. So that one is actually one that I could use for stuff. Like here's the guitar coming in with it. See, it's a huge sounding room, but it's transparent as hell. If I had a different way for measuring and calculating these, this might actually translate to being a green-red if I was measuring it slightly differently by way of that. But it doesn't matter because I can look for the largest seat number in any given size. And the new ones are going to be like 1036 seat rather than dashes and letters. Because the problem with the dashes and letters is this. All this time, yeah, it does that. Thank you. There you go. All this time I've been dealing with these, and 15 times a day I had to go click, drag, and then copy. Because if I simply double-clicked, I'm only selecting a part of the name. I'm not selecting all the name. So that was an oversight that is being remedied now. But it'll still work for what I've already got in there. And yeah. So I think at this time, first thing we're going to do is I'm going to finish my last gulp of coffee and then go visit my restroom and come back. And then we're going to code FattyQ. FattyQ is happening. Because I've got like 3 hours of stream left. Assuming I want to do 3 hours of stream. There's no rule that says I have to do 3 hours of stream, but I can. So, weird music from around 2013 or something. And I'll be right back. We'll see whether anybody else has showed up, but I'm going to be doing FattyQ regardless. Okay, so this music definitely produces a dense, intense sound that's filling the right areas. It's also obvious techno that's very repetitive and is just making a big mess. But yeah, that's in the techno zone, all right. Little pointer, folks. That's the one. Boom. God, excuse me. Yeah, so fatty Q, or working on that arrangement song thing. So I should show you what that is. I mean, I have like 14 plugins to drop. I don't really need to be adding like 5 more. And this is also something I was interested in working on, so no special reason why I can't jump into this. I do need to come up with a better label for it, though. I made this. If we run it, it does stuff. Those are falsetto notes. That in this key is the highest note I can hit. It's actually the highest note I can hit anyway. We're in C major. We can also pick different relative keys. It's showing what chords are available. I would absolutely use Airwindows meter on soundscape ambient type material as well. In fact, I've got some. I think this is ambient. Ah, no, there is a beat in there. So this isn't as ambient as it could be, maybe. Do I have anything that was more? Or a section of something? That might work. A section of something? Fogbound implies that there's an ambient section in here? No, that's a rhythm. I think fogbound means this one's confusing and difficult. Yeah, I have rhythms in here as well. I think everything here is running some kind of timing-based thing. What about this one? Oh no, that's a drum. Yeah, I tend not to do ambient anything. Let's see if I can find anything that's remotely ambient. I'm going to go back to 45 parsecs. Define vocal tool demo and I will tell you whether you did. Oh, I'm going to go back to that thing I was working on. Yeah, so this definitely feels ambient-ish. It's just moving too fast. If it was moving slower, it would be fine. And then when it gets fuller, I've got obvious drums and stuff coming. But from here, we're obviously starting up in a place where it's ambient-ish. So if we do that and jump into Content Peak so that we can see what meter shows of it, here's what we got. So we got some chords, we've got a bunch of reverb. We're leaning more towards the dark than the bright. That's why it's showing up as green dots. But then when certain instrumentation comes in, like that's a guitar going through probably a TC electronic echo pedal. Let me see whether I can grab that. It's a nice little effect. I've forgotten about using it. Not you, but you. Sorry, I just killed you. With loudness. I've now got guitar pedals sitting where I can reach them. So that guitar effect is this. It's a TC electronic flashback set to reverse, RVS. Yeah, this is the one. So it's a very handy little thing, this. You play a guitar into it, and you get a really neat, like, backward guitar sound out of it. And I did that a fair amount at this time. But with regard to what it's doing on meter, you see that we're doing this ambient thing, and although there are high frequencies happening, mostly it's hanging around either being green dots or blue dots when the guitar is talking. And we can also see on the slew meter, we clearly have some kind of repeating symbol thing happening. Here another synthesizer shows up. That's probably the Alpha Juno being driven by a guitar. And we are also accelerating the underlying beat, which means it's kind of stopping being ambient. This all could be amplified, and in fact there's no special reason why I can't do that. So if we take this whole section and normalize it, just remind me not to save. Now we've normalized it, although there's still room for some loud bits in there. Now that we've normalized it, we can go back into looking at it in meter. And this is closer to what you would do if you were doing an ambient piece and wanted to just register with people more. We've got the scatter of peak energy, and it'll move up above minus 6 dB. If you were like carbon-based life forms, you'd have everything slammed way up at the top or clipped. I don't like that, but there is still something to be said for filling space without making people strain too hard to hear it. So this is in that realm. Also, making it louder will shift the tonality of it a little tiny bit. In fact, I'm moving all my stuff around now. We can skip around. Now I've got some bass sounds happening, and normalized, they're showing up very solidly around and above 40 hertz. So this is what it seems like when you have low frequency stuff happening in an ambient mix that is not overwhelmingly too loud. You're still seeing stuff register, in this case in the zero cross. Let's skip ahead again. We're having some high frequency stuff coming in. It's a simple sound, and in fact that was just me skipping, I think. And now we've got some stuff here that's louder. And there it is, up in the 0 to 6 dB range. So ambient probably means more reverb than that. But our total mix has moved into a zone where it's actually hovering around in that sonority zone. It's balanced tonally. There's enough highs, there's enough lows. It's just producing a relatively satisfying sound. Now if you used your own ambient music rather than just this, and did it properly, you could use the same techniques. Let's skip ahead some more. And now we have other things starting to happen. Some of our bass notes are coming in as green up here because there's no high frequencies to go along with them. But you'll notice that now that we have stuff happening, we're starting to see high frequencies poking out here. And especially if you look at the top part of the screen here, this is a good balance. It's mind you, and it's not good music for ambient, but if you have a sound balance like this, it's probably going to work for you in ambient. It gives you that basic feeling. And you see in the top part, we have blue dots, green dots, red dots, all up in this area where you can kind of hear what's happening. That's what you want for like a full range sounding ambient piece. You probably want your frequencies to be balancing around like this. It means a lot is happening sonically in this range. And then of course when I switch over to the full track, I end up with completely different things happening. And here's an area where it's taking the drums out, but we've got distorted sounding keyboards in here, and they tend to be bright, so we have high frequencies dominating everything for quite a while. We go back into an ambient feeling vibe with reverb and stuff, and we're back into this zone where there's a lot of space being taken up by things. Let's skip back again. I think this one loses me towards the end. But here we do have a bunch of stuff happening, and it's starting to act the same way. It's starting to act like we're all about sonorous sounds balanced between bass and treble. And look at what it's doing up in the top there. And the way we started out is more like an ambient mix. But see how it's sitting in about the same place? The peak energy meter is there for being able to show you where you can put most of your sound. And you mix it in such a way that it balances kinds of sound up where people can hear it, up here. Because if the peaks are way lower than that, the RMS is even lower still. And if the RMS is way higher than this, then you don't get this variety. I feel like this is a good range for ambient type stuff. And we are not going to save those changes. And bada boom. So yeah. So I'm thinking of a couple of different things. One of them is doing FAT-EQ, and we can do that. But I have so many plugins that I've already put out that people need to get. There's no pressing need for me to run and do FAT-EQ right now. That said, I've also been getting my studio so that I can use it. I've been making a new version of Console so that I can have this up and running in the way that I want to do it next. We've got that stuff going on. And I've always needed to use something, whether it is like my inspiration cards that I was using in 2022, 2023. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a fun thing. Explaining stuff like that is fun and exciting to me, especially since there are perfectly good ambient acts, although in this sense, it's one that usually does rhythms. Carbon-based life forms is... Oh, do we... No, you haven't lost audio for good. I just leaned... Oh, I know what happened. You didn't get audio when I did this. But now you do. That's because I switched to a camera, but I didn't keep the mic the same. But yeah, when I try to compose music, I want to use something that will give me an idea, such as this. This is a thing that'll work along those lines. And I'd started demonstrating what I had here. Like here is my key arrangement, relative key, secondary key. This is all the thing that I can do, and I can even do this, and it'll show me what my voice would do under those frequencies. Like that's the loudest note I can belt, and that's the highest note I can falsetto, at least if I am feeling well. This had a whole pan and move around thing. And we've got these controls here to manipulate this. And what it's doing is showing notes that can be played. I don't have it clickable right now, but doing this, we also get this little keyboard here, and that shows what notes are in the chord that I'm currently, the key that I'm currently using. And these are the chords that I can currently use in that key. And I can tell it to be a different relative mode. The red dot shows like which thing is the root note. This is the kind of thing that I could use to like start improvising music. That's maybe lower than I can sing. Yeah, I can't really sing that note, but I'm pretty close to it. That's a low note, though. That's like a low C. C sharp. People don't normally sing a note as low as that. I don't have a clearer for this, so that's a bit of a problem. But the thing about this is I have this sitting around, and what I'm wondering, see, I want to do this arrangement card stuff, so I'm basically talking you through where I'd like to take this, sort of from scratch. This is another one of those ones, and we'll see whether this goes anywhere. I was at least fooling with Godot, so there's that. Also, this one I have to do in C# because I programmed it all in C#. I want to make this work somehow with it. Maybe not literally all of it, but I am going off the concept of the randomization. I feel like I'd like to do one where rather than dealing yourself a hand of cards and then going, okay, let's arrange these into a song, and then trying to construct something based on that. What I'm wondering about, and I might just choose to do Fat EQ instead because that's easier than this. Also, my firewood has gone out, but it's probably, well, it's not actually hot in here. Let me throw another log on the fire, which I will do. And we're going back to the lavalier again. That at least you can hear. If I make it warm enough now, it's definitely not going to be nasty cold tomorrow, so I won't actually have to do this 2 days in a row. Brothers. Fun to do on a live streaming day because then I get to share this with people. We'll be seeing a lot of it in the winter, I'll tell you that. Including for recording days. So there we go. All the water is boiled out of this kettle by now. Yeah. Here's the thing. This is one chunk of music at this time. And yeah, I like the cross interaction of the relative secondary keys too. Ideally, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to manage this, but it's probably going to involve me rearranging a bunch of stuff. I'll tell you that right now. Ideally, I'll have a canvas like this, and this part of it will be the same, but it'll either scroll or just be a heck of a lot wider. Specifically for the purpose of having multiple sections, and the multiple sections get to be in different keys. I don't have an interface right now that works very well for that, I don't feel. Even though, like, this relates to basically my primary thing. I could construct this in sections, and the hope would be that you could compose something, say we're doing minor. Then we're doing, like, let's say E minor. Actually, it's right next to A minor, isn't it? Boom. Yeah, so let's say we're doing E minor. Well, I'm going to be thinking of something, Frog and Well. That's exactly the point. What I have made in order to get this to make it work is not proving very satisfactory for then having it turn into multiple sections. Ideally, I'd like to, and I do have a good way of doing this. I can quit and restart. Yeah, so let's assume we're doing E minor. In theory, I can have a section here where I'm like writing a song. Na da da. Ah. No, I can't even hit that note. Ah. So you do E minor like that, and then you go to a that's your melody for that section. And these are the chords that you can use in this key. And then you decide you want to go do, do, do. One note over. What's going to get you that? You go to an F. Na da da ah. And if you go to an F and then da da, you have a little melodic run there if you wanted. But mostly what we've done here is up to that high note, and then changing to a F, technically is a recede. And now we've got these notes available, or you can keep going. Now it's this. And the G, going from G to a secondary key of F means you have an F and a B flat available. So E, there's our new note. You can see it's a slightly different color there. Or your new thing could start on and your melody can do that. But what if you went into the F for good? All of a sudden you're here. And now that's an F, so some of your original notes aren't available anymore. Or at least, like this one from the original key isn't available anymore. So what would you need to do to open that back up? And you're in A flat, but it's F minor mode. So if you recede it again, let's see. No? No. You could recede to a key of B to open that note up. But why couldn't these be separate sections? I should be able to do multiple sections where one of them is color-coded with the original key. And then rather than just overlaying other colors onto everything, you could have a different one that's color-coded with a different key and going from there. Because each of these are showing you a different set of chords. And if I made enough space in this interface, my problem here is that the way this is arranged, and I could simply go and rearrange it. The way this is arranged, I can't really position this the way I was hoping. Although what I'm wondering now is maybe I just don't show as much of these. See? What I'm looking to do with this, and it might just be possible, I'm a little bit not sure, is make it be a bunch larger so that I can have sort of a whole arrangement showing on there. And then be able to start in a key and have each of these sections show a different key. Oh, I don't think I want it all to be visible. Meaning kind of instantiating multiple levels of this. So a lot of this is working just fine the way it is. I might be able to get by with only, because the way that Octave 1, Octave 2, and Octave 3 are there because I wanted it to fit in the horizontal bounds I had. So essentially, this fits in the horizontal bounds. This is all in such a way that I can position it any way I want. That part is basically fine. This applies to literally everything, but the way this is making this keyboard stretch this far is by just having 3 separate instances of one little control. If I quit out of here and then hide these, they'll still work, but then I could have a section which was only this big. And let's assume we are here. Yeah, so that it's not major. What was it? I'm not sure. This is okay, so it's a relative mode. So that's what it was. So that was an E Phrygian riff. See, because we can play that note. It's an E Phrygian riff, so I just started it at that note. I can tell it that it's that mode. We can tell that it's its primary key, and then go from there. And it's being shown on the keyboard as to what notes you get to play. The black notes, the white notes, or whatever. Since it's E Phrygian, it's all the white keys. But if this was simply registering like that riff is now still in the E Phrygian mode, but it's off of a different note. So actually, that's becoming problematic. What note even is that? Oh, wait, I don't mean to be changing the key. I need to be changing the mode. So our first one was E Phrygian. But then this is now A minor, because that's in the same key. But if we start on this note, that's A. And so it's still sitting in there. But then if we went to a major, that's now in a completely different place. But what if that could be depicted on the screen like I constructed the original one? They need to have a different set of notes for the same basic kind of place, and maybe even showing a different arrangement of possible chords in sort of vertical slots. And yeah, indeed, chord relationships, but vertical slots where you could fool with maybe a secondary key, and it would show you which of the chords could open up to the, like, you'd basically be watching it go. See, you'd be watching it go, knowing, okay, we started in C. No, we didn't start in that. We started in E Phrygian, didn't we? Yeah. So we started here. We started from the bottom. Now we're here. And these are the notes available. But then we could see that these are grayed out and learn using secondary key what you'd have to do to unlock that. And that would be in, you'd be going to a secondary key of A, and that makes all of these notes become usable. See, they're now all illuminated by something. And then you move over to the second section where we've placed these notes. And sure enough, there they are. But then we decide whether it was major or whatever, or where we're starting. This little dot depicts which one is the root note. So if we went to an A major, the extra stuff we put in now shows on this depiction, and these ones are no longer relevant. And you can kind of keep going around through there, and it will show you all of the chords that you can go to at each given point. But then if you wanted to return to, let's see, we've got this stuff going. We're in here. So we use this to go look for what things are available when we see that. That's another avenue to make there be color associated with these dots. And that's actually A flat secondary key. You can get to these notes by going to A flat. So if we had another section, we can decide whether the A flat is in major or minor. That's A flat now. And since we have found that using secondary key, we've now got a set of chords that could be done in this section to lead you to this section. And then boom, we go to A flat. Oh no, wait, that's not right at all, is it? Okay, so where do we leave off? A major was where this was. I should probably make it so that the second mouse button erases. That's something I could do. And then to get to this one, and now we can't reach that because it was A flat. Might not be the best way to get there. But then if we start from here and decide that the secondary key is A flat, what happens? Or rather, primary key. And then, but it would be A flat major, but that's not a major scale we're doing, is it? What's that? Lydian. So now we try to find it, but as like Lydian. Was it? Maybe it was. Okay, so now we're calling that A flat Lydian. That means we're in the key of E flat, and some of our notes aren't actually available there because Lydian's a major rather than a minor mode. Okay, so not going to be Locrian, I know that. What was it? Was it Dorian? If it was A flat Dorian, this note is not available in it, or the top note. So that's weird. Was it Phrygian? A flat Phrygian? No. That's a minor note, but then, oh, was it Locrian? Good God. Let's find out. No, because that note's not. We've gone to a secondary key where there are actually no notes available for this thing we've just constructed. This terrifying, terrifying new thing that we've just constructed. So what do we need to do to get back to so A minor? No. Or is it A? Yeah, that's A major. It went from E minor, then we changed modes to A major, and now this has this note not available. Maybe that. So if we were in, like, I don't know, A flat, I left that bit out. A flat minor. Oh, that's not available in A flat minor. That's because it's a suspended chord. A flat Locrian we're in. Horrifying. Ah, but maybe it's Lydian. Lydian has a augmented fourth. Not that so different from a diminished fifth. There we go. Let's call it that. But it's a major. That just looks really weird. Oh, Lydian has a fifth. So there we are in A flat, though. So we have those top notes are now down by 1. So what I'm looking to do is be able to have distinct keys and perhaps secondary keys, but maybe that's just a temporary mode for looking at things, for different sections of a song, so that you can kind of put together chord sequences based on this. I wouldn't mind being able to prune the chord sequences to show what's available there, but the idea is being able to put together a sequence of arrangements, because then if I bring in this stuff, where I can go, we are in happy angry mode. It's an orange color. Therefore, we probably want certain kinds of things like major chord stuff, and maybe we leave out some of the modes where that's not part of what's available. And you can transition directly across to what I'm calling kind full. It's a brown color. These are the kinds of, well, it would be literally you can use any funny key signature you want. Here's one. It's a 23. It's a 5558. But if you go from rich full to cruel angry, the transition is called when arrangements attack, and you're stepping up by 1 in terms of adding additional tension. And the idea is to be able to also write in these transitions. So you go, I want to start in this place, and then I want to change up 2 gears and then dial back by 1. Having changed up 2 gears, maybe I go to a different key. What does that look like? I want to make a calculator where you can play with all these things very freely and see them represented here. And I'm going to be thinking about how I can go about doing that, clearly. But I think we start with maybe not having it be this small. Or rather, I bet I can start with having these be lined up vertically. And we do have additional octaves available. And I can also if this was literally the size of a full-size screen, there would be this much space to work with. That is space for a lot of different alternate changes in things. The hope is you can kind of fool with these things in their sort of vertical sections here. I'm also going to want to do something with this. I wonder if I can literally just shrink it. Probably not. But we can find out, can't we? Okay, so that was 500 pixels wide. If we smush it like this and then run it, what happens? It doesn't work. So that bit wants to be that size, but that's because I coded it that way. Time to open Writer, which is my text editor for this stuff. And here's where we left off. Here's a range update class. That's essentially just for the frequencies and is adjusting the overall size of things. This is what plays the note. Maybe I can do the thing where if I hit the note repeatedly, it still plays, but then if I left click on it, it goes away. That might be a... No, you're fine. Naming conventions and open solutions and update settings accordingly. Good. You keep doing that. Writer gets frisky sometimes. It's probably only going to get worse. But I don't think Godot itself edits in C#, so we're kind of stuck with it. This is why people bust things out into separate files, by the way. It's that it starts to fill up the file too much. This reminds me of Counterpart. Counterpart is a video game that I made a long time ago. It worked okay, but it was all coded like this. What happens if we simply take out this? What do we get? Firstly, rather than just simply take it out, let's cut it and paste it somewhere as a comment. There. That way I know what that language means. Can you build? No, you can't, but I can run. It doesn't let me build that way, but it lets me click. Oh, this hasn't been updated. I'll tell you why. It's because Godot didn't save when I put that back. Save. There. That's with me just clicking, including scrolling with the scroll wheel counts as a click. Hey Magnus, what are you talking about, dark mode? If you're coming here to sass me or my chat, probably a fine day to do that, I suppose. This is Writer. Yeah, man, hang on a second. So this is Coding Stream. This is another thing that I could do. Namely, code on FattyQ, which is something that I could do. I have made so many plugins recently that I'm actually looking at something else today. This is the Godot engine. And that's just the natural color that it is. And this is JetBrains Writer, which works with the Godot engine. Yep, maybe. If I can get it to work, you might have to run it within Godot and build it yourself, which honestly I would encourage anyway. Getting people to play with the Godot engine is arguably better than releasing it as standalone plugins or standalone program. Besides, if I release it in standalone program, what will have to happen is I'll have to deal with all of the Microsoft code signing stuff and Apple code signing stuff in order to get any of that stuff to work. And I do not really like that very much. There's nothing else you can do about it, but I don't like it. So let's see whether I can make event mouse button index determine whether we are setting a note or removing the note. Also, I wonder whether you can do it, like what direction do you get if your scroll wheel is positive or negative? Does the scroll wheel give you any distinctions? These are permissible values. So I'm not entirely sure whether scroll wheel down or up does what I think it does. It might be backwards. But I could use this for a scroll wheel value. There should also be a scroll wheel push the overall scroll wheel, but I don't know if there is. Oh, it'll be middle. That's the scroll wheel. Okay, so we found the answer to that one. It is not possible to make a VST inside Godot, no. Oh, so you don't have the most recent into the matrix? I should update that. It's been a while, so I'm not really, don't remember exactly how to go about it. We just negated the need to have this be here. So we are in the event having to do with clicking on something. This is where we set or unset notes. So my goal today, and I'll move this to a more relevant place, is to specify, so that part's probably still fine. Ah, okay. I don't see an else here. We're looking for this. To be larger than 0.1. What does that mean? I think it means it's not grayed out. So we set a string, we set a note and number. The note and number is basically click Y. That part's going to be fine. Not that I don't still need to fuss with some of this, but I want to resize some of that. But that aside, this is a cumbersome way of doing this that people would normally bust into things. Here is where we do the note plan. Do we have get node beep in both places? No. Okay, so we got this in two places, I think. Yes. Does that need to be there? Probably not. How about no? How about I try to move it to where the other one is? Cut. And paste. Okay, are we able to do that? Or did something go wrong? This went wrong. It needs this. I think that should be able to go there. Yeah, cool. So this should still run. If I do this, it should still run. The whole thing is really janky, but I do not care because it's doing the thing that I want. What's this beep business? Okay, play note. Note voice color G8255. Or play note 0 true. What's this section about? Okay, this is all, is this within the range of the overall thing? And we do appear to have it checking whether the, I don't think we need to do this twice. So we've got a click now. We're repeatedly checking for this get pixel business. If we cut that, most of this should still work. It's complaining about something, but I'm not really quite sure what. Oh, changes. It's changes that have been committed or not. Essentially, I'm refactoring this now. And I'm having to move some of this stuff around a bit. So we're checking whether the voice color is available. And we have no logic inside these brackets at all. They're just enclosing stuff. Both of the things are happening. But this whole thing so A in the first clause of this is alpha channel. So if the alpha channel is blank, which is being set by color 80000, the last one is A. We're setting A to 0 if it is blank. We are also drawing on a blank canvas over the stripes. So display is the one that's being set, but keys display, we're checking for saturation, because keys display get pixel, click X and Y, and then this thing has to do with a hue saturation measurement, and if the saturation is gray, it doesn't want you to be able to click there. And this exists in both of these places, so it doesn't have to exist here. We set that to 0. I'm not really quite sure why that's happening. Oh, I think I see why that's happening. Oh yeah, no, we're setting that to 0 because we're about to override it with this stuff here. Where are we at? Is this still working or is it not? The reason it's doing that is because it's playing the note and then instantly unplaying it here. Again, now we are doing both of these things. So this is the part where it should care whether it's grayed out or not. Voice color is, well, hang on a moment. Display get pixel, or rather, the other layer get pixel. The other layer determines whether this is a thing. So what it's doing is it's checking for whether we're out of range and can't actually hit that note. So rather than display, we want the other one. What's the other one? Where's the other one? This is difficult and cumbersome. Chords display? No. No. No, that ain't it at all. It's probably up in the top. Let's find it. Keys display. Keys display. That's the one. That's the one. Let's go and put that in there. Here's where we left off. So I got to go and find display and then add that to it. There we go. Here. We'll copy that and then we'll do the same thing. Using this stuff. Oh, it didn't like that though. Why didn't I like that? Oh, because there isn't a test. That's why. We're just referring to this, but we're not doing anything with it. It's a logic statement in which this is just an object. It's not a measurement of any kind. So now it's a statement. Now it's looking for this. And in fact, we can move this whole thing to this place. That's a mess, but I'll fix it. Man, this does not like some of my doings, does it? Yep, easy there. Easy there, Skippy. What do you think you're doing? Doesn't like my spacings. I have to keep it happy by using appropriate spacings. It's going to become upset with my spacings. Easy there. Why you gotta be so rude? Alrighty. Now what do we got? Because there's a further thing that I can do here, but this may actually work. Okay, I can place notes, and they will not place notes if it's not in an appropriate spot. So far, so good. I can't remove notes, though. And that is because this only places when this is happening. So that part's cool. But we're not actually checking for mouse button anymore. So here's the new thing. We never hit this. But this operates whenever anything is supposed to be able to happen. Where's the stuff that I just copied and took away? I took a thing away and now I need it. Where'd it go? I took a thing away having to do with mouse buttons. Did I literally remove that comment? I put it in a comment. I put this in a comment and now it's there. Or rather, now it's not there. And I am sad and bereft at its absence. Well, that ain't any good. Yeah, man, I know I had that as a comment. It just kind of went away. But I bet I can fix it. Copy that again. It'll still be true here. But now I get to change it. Actually, there's always going to be event mouse button, so we don't need this part. Is ooh, not working good. This isn't looking good. Event mouse button. What if instead we just call it mouse button? No. I had this before, it's just gone. No, that would be undoing past too much. That's the problem. Okay, let's see whether it likes that any better. Signs point to no. No, no, Game Boy, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something else. So we're not actually dealing with input events. Not quite like this. But no. Well, we have an event. Can we actually just go for mouse button mask? We'll return a positive. Is that enough? Signs point to no, it is not. Ah. So this is like an enum. This is not a Boolean. So we're looking to find something about the event, input event coming in. We're continuing to pass the event along. What we've not done is be able to interpret it as whether... Okay, so what if... Didn't like that. Oh, I don't even have it spelled this event. It says even. Doesn't like that. But we can do this, but not all by itself. So event is input event mouse button, event mouse button. That means we probably have one of these to play with. Oh, it turned into something. So here we go, it did a thing. So if event, that's apparently how you do a mask. There's a single ampersand, and that's the way it's masking it as left. So it just rearranged it. This is why I have Writer. Writer will do these things sometimes. Oh, I need brackets. I need more brackets. Let's put more brackets. This is now a mess, but I'll clean it up. So here we are. And if you can click on this, then we do this. That's going to be true even if it's grayed out, because there will be a color there. And then if it's left, or, well, let's start with left and right. If we got this far, we do beep. Then we can also delete some of that. It's messy, but here we go. Copy that, paste this, scooch these over to where they belong. And then put in our remaining thing. It now thinks it can work. So we're checking both of those, but we're not checking middle or scroll wheel or any of that. In theory, this might run and do what I wanted. But it's not going to let me re-hit the note. And it's also not letting me erase it. Although none of the scroll wheel stuff matters because it's thinking only in terms of left and right. So I bet it passes this through if it's looking at blank, but I'm not being able to erase this yet. Why is that? Because it's checking to see whether voice color, or rather keys display, has a color to it. Or is it? Some of this is making sense and some of it is not. Voice color is going to be set appropriately regardless. keys display get pixel is reading the underlying colors like the gray and so on. And if the saturation is larger than 0.1, then it's also going to check whether, but that doesn't make any damn sense, does it? What are we checking? Okay, so here's where we left off. Event mouse button and mouse button pressed. Here's a bunch of busy work that it does to try to check. Here's seeing if it's in the range that it's allowed to go. Here's a statement that says if get pixel A is less than 0.1, then we can do this. There's your problem. So we could take that, because this is what's stopping us from being able to erase. And in fact, we want to run it either way. We never want this actually to be here, because this is doing the same thing as the left and right. Hang on, I just removed something. Okay, my indentation is wrong, but this may work. I can go and fix the indentation later. Lovely, lovely. So you can have a melody written down, and then if you wanted to remind yourself what it was, no problem. And then right-click is your erase key. So we just successfully did that. Woot. Everything else should still work. I did not end up having to copy the whole code and then undo. I wanted to figure out what was going on, like what it was doing. Yeah, that more or less worked. Also, the wood stove is out of flames. Let's make it have more flames. So it's starting to get solidly warm in here, but I mean, it's getting chillier outside. So this is a fine time for keeping it going. And I won't have to run it any tomorrow. Off you go. Please burst into flame. I'll be super warm by the time I have my tacos, which is going to be soon enough. I feel like I'm in the last couple of hours of stream. But I'm happy attacking this program now. It's been sitting around for a little while. I'd like to see it more functional. There are things I would like to do with it. Do I have a reformat thing going on? Refactor, nothing here. Okay. So yeah, apparently do not care the slightest bit about indentation. Not only that, it's acting weird by refusing to let me re-indent in any way. That's dumb. That one was fine. This is being a cumbersome and annoying little program. I don't appreciate that behavior. That part of the behavior is okay. Oh, this is going to be even more. Why has it got to be like this? Why does it got to be like this? This is deeply stupid. Why does this got to be so stupid? Well, there's only this much of it. How do I make this work? Can I contextually fix it? Extract class. No. No, I do not wish to extract a class. I wish to clean it the hell up. That's just dumb. Okay, so that part, we can do this, although I'm sure they don't want me to. This cannot apparently be, oh no wait, it can if I do this. That's irritating, but I'll take it. Because I know I'm violating its little rules of how things are supposed to be indented. And I'm just trying to fix taking away that if statement, the one big if statement that was not what I was doing any longer. And then putting the indenting back. It seems to not be able to just indent everything one less. Instead, you gotta do dumb stuff like this. Alrighty. Alrighty. Do we still work? Probably. You do have to click on each one. You don't get to drag over a bunch of them. But that is functional. So that's the start. Also, I didn't go back to my camera. No matter. We're trying to do the hard and difficult things today, so it's gonna be what it's gonna be. What next? I successfully got one little thing updated, which is not too shabby. That's like fine. I at least got that going. Learned a couple of things. Nothing wrong with that. This is apparently the way that you do this. Ooh. Could I have multiple masks in this like this? Or is vertical bars? Well, shucks, you didn't like that very much. How do I even get to get button mask anyway? Well, that's weird. Maybe it doesn't want me to do it as a Boolean, a logic state. Okay. If that's true, these are a problem, but this gets to be anything. Okay, what if we do this and then try to go further? No. It was showing me this option somewhere before. That said, I know I can put it back to left and it will be correct. And it did work under these circumstances. So I guess what's going on is I don't get to use the middle, well, I could use the middle button all by itself, but I do not seem to be able to access the scroll wheel anymore. And it seemed to me that this was the sort of thing that was going to be able to let me do that. So maybe I can have a different interpretation. I would have thought it would want button mask. Or button index. Ah, aha, aha. Interesting. Oh, now you don't like it anymore? What's going on? Oh, this. And then too many parentheses. Now let's try it. I just scrolled the chat. Hey, Vinegar. So if I do it with the scroll wheel, I can place many more notes. And it probably would also mean that I could erase more notes easily that way. Although I do still have the left button thing. So that got me a result. That did actually work. Or, oh, now it's trying to autocomplete in a stupid, stupid way. Let's have it not do the autocomplete in a stupid, stupid way. I'll give it this. It's trying to think of things. It's just failing, as AI will always do. So copy that, paste that there, except for it wants to be left rather than right. Then copy that, and that goes in here. And now we can check to see whether, honestly, I don't necessarily have to do it with button mask. But this should work. Left click, right click, scroll up, scroll down. Okay, so far so good. That's not a lot, but at least it was what I was expecting to see. It was what I was hoping was going to happen when I did that. The rest of this stuff is all kind of sitting here being fine. I haven't really gotten any farther towards either resizing this stuff or busting it into vertical slices. Although I'll tell you, there are things I can still do, such as moving this to a whole different section. Or perhaps repositioning all of this so that it can be in its own distinct sections. But to do that, I would need to be able to make this be sections, and I'm not sure I can. That said, I do see some potential for moving this appropriately. If I tell that just to say mode relative, these things, oh wait, I don't have to, that doesn't have to be multiple labels for this. It's fine. And I don't think I refer to these anywhere. Maybe I'll ditch these guys. Delete. There are no animation tracks. My silly thing. There are no animation tracks there. This might take a bit more work, but if I can do this, then I can theoretically reposition. And if I give this a little extra space, it might have enough room. Let's see whether we can make this all fit. Oh, that didn't work at all, did it? All fit within a neat little vertical slot, except for this. This needs to be updated. Or stretched way out in such a way that it's being drawn in slices. Hey Florian, I'm coding something really bizarre and hard. Well, that didn't move, did it? I've got something sitting around here. Oh, that's why it's not being shown. If I scooched it over there and then resized this and moved all of these way the heck down so that I had more room for this, maybe it'll work and maybe it will not. I think I get to tell it to wrap. Now what have we got? No shows here. There it is. The hope is I can squish this to within this range, and then I have a whole bank of these, which I might have to do longhand. I'm not really good enough to do this properly, but it's not stopping me from trying to do it anyway. Here's a chord arrangement. The chords are in fact being word wrapped, so they do fit within here. They're kind of starting and stepping upwards this way. It's being repositioned appropriately. And then the, ooh, I see one problem. I removed some of my commenter. This might be worth an undo, like Game Boy was suggesting earlier. And I'll tell you why. Because some of the stuff that I had labeled and I thought like, oh, this doesn't matter. This is just a label that's going to be obvious, is getting replaced by the key or the mode. So there's no longer a thing that says mode. Instead, it's like, okay, this is the key, but now it's just being replaced with literal E, and this is the mode, now it's being replaced with E major. So in a sense, that can work, but also it does not. So a bunch of undos, I think. Boom. See, when it says primary, it's going to switch to a letter. Mode is going to switch to a letter plus something like Lydian. And these guys, they're not actually being replaced, so I could delete them without anything crashing, but they serve an informational purpose. And then this one up here looks completely blank because it's the note you're hitting. So here's how we do. Got that? Also, I may be having it be this wide instead. Hang on a second. Yellow? It is actually time for me to thaw out my taco cheese. So I'm gonna fuss with some of these things, and I'll get right on that. Looking at various stuff, and one of them is my grocery list for Saturday. Of which, okay, we got that. I'm overly distracted because too many things are happening at once. How about another thing of butter? And what else? I'm not exactly sure. Oh, sour cream. I'm out of that. And the rest of this stuff won't be needed. I've been cutting back on groceries as much as I can so that I can be sure to make my car payment and stuff, and that seems to be going pretty well. And yeah, let's see. Oh, Vinegar Jim. Now that I am back and talking into the mic, with a bit of luck, this thing can super act like a key signature cheat sheet. I want it to give me ideas for stuff I can do, and I want it to give me ideas for stuff that I can do as I write in things like notes. That would be really cool. That's what I'd like to be making it do. And just for the moment, let me scoot off. Be right back. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yep. Gren's is talking about this. Trouble with this is no time to try to build and market and get constructed anything in the paper cards or board games space, because everything having to do with that is typically imported. So like you just can't. Who knows what that's going to cost? It'd be crazy. Plus, I'm no longer sure I want to do it as a card game, and I'll tell you why. The deal with doing it as a card game means you're gamifying having it be random and not knowing what you're doing. I'm going off the not knowing what you're doing part a little bit. My hope is that in doing this, let's see where this is sitting. Got that. That needs to stretch down here. Then I need to do this and this. There could be one of these for each section, but I don't know if that's how that's going to roll. And I'd really like to resize this. What's it look like if it's like this? Save, and let's go into Writer. Now, how do you work your stuff out when we start with this? That's my big question. Those are only the colors. This is only the beep. Scroll out of the way to the top, and do we start getting it where it'll automatically calculate what it's doing. Oh, didn't like that. Let's try this. Do we have you calculating in such a way? No, we do not. So that's no good. Let's quit out of there. Why not? Why did you not work? Maybe I can scroll down to somewhere else. Process. Display get size. Where are we getting display? Because it ain't where I thought it was. Display texture. Get no texture rect. Where are we getting this display? This is determining things. Private image, display, key display, crop display. Okay, so far so good. Oh, interesting. So create height is fine, but I changed. See you later, Progna. Well, yeah, it's getting late here too. I'm like 50 minutes out, 50 minutes out from tacos. Here's a problem. Display becomes 32 wide and create height tall. So let's just take a moment and try to ameliorate that. We only just change this so we can put it back. It apparently wants to be 502. Save. Rider. Oh, not width, but width. And it is grayed out because we have not used it. Now create width should not be 32, but we're going to end up having it end up at 32. So where are we at for starters? We want texture rect piano roll. There it is. It's 502 pixels wide for no special reason. 502.0 pixels wide. No. No. .502 divided by 32, I believe, is the thing I was looking for, and it keeps giving me weird fractional numbers. Let's not. Okay, we have a relatively reasonable number to play with. Over to Rider again. Create width. Comment that for now. Give me that, and then divide it by 15.6875. It doesn't like that still. But maybe it does. Oh, hi. There's a problem. We need only one parenthesis. And this needs to be an integer. What if I put this in parens? There we go. Alrighty. Now, save that. And does it go back to acting the way it did before? Yep. Complete with our ability to erase across things by using the scroll wheel. Or indeed not to do that because you have to be too fussy with the positioning. So now that we have specified that it has to be relative to this size, then, and it honestly makes no damn sense that this would matter, but it should now do this and be okay with it. Save. Save, run. Now we have a different size. And life appears good. The sizes of our blocks seem to be about the same. That was not expected. Let's try another change. If we wanted to have this be a tiny narrow thing, what does that do to the size of the blocks? I have to save in order for a writer to make any sense of it. Does it still work? Okay, so we now just made the version where it's a narrow little space that works the way it's expected. And we only get to have so many notes in the melody. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So a 10-note long melody is as much as this little window will allow, unless I change the size of those dots. Because it seems to be mapping it to the correct size, but our overall size, not the same deal at all. I would not mind having these be square dots. That would give me quite a lot of dots available, and they're all still fairly small dots, so that's all fine. And this still all works the way it was expected to. With the exception of you don't get to remove dots that are on gray. Interesting. They become protected. I didn't plan for that. So, draw keyboard. Here's draw keyboard. We're not drawing much yet, are we? Ooh, look at you. Create width 32. Interesting. Well, what happens if we do this over again? Then what? And it's going to be divided by 15. What do we get when we do this? Back up to here, and here's our magic number. In fact, We could put this here. There. Now that's fine. And now we'd literally copy this and put it in here again to see what happens. What do we get if we do this? Did the whole thing shrink and still work? Or did we not save it or something? Okay, save you, and save you. Is it now any different? It's putting on the edge. Leaning over to the side a little too much. But we still have these rectangular blocks. Why do we have these rectangular blocks? Okay, copy that, and we're looking to get to a 32, but instead of doing that, if that is now 32 in both places, now what happens? It doesn't line up right. And it's way too freaking big. Well, what if that's too big, then what if we try like 8? Okay, our offset is twice too big, but this is what I was looking for. 8 turns out to be about right as far as vertical positioning and horizontal positioning is concerned. I just have to make it fit. So, create width for this is going to be different than 8. Which direction does it go? How about 4? Looked about twice the size. What do we got now? It did not care. How about 16? Or maybe we're still looking at the 32 somewhere else. Oh, okay, that didn't work well at all. Nope. 8. So at least that's going to draw it at the right size. Where is our other hard-coded numbers that end up needing to be create width? Can I search for all usages? That's going to be fine. No problem there. That's within this context. This is probably not going to be within this context at all.
Also, how do I make this go away? Thank you. So how do we go about doing this? Let me make sure that I put it back. Yeah, something's about twice the size it needs to be. It's almost exactly twice as far. That means I have some kind of value that needs to be 8 or 16 or whatever, or some variation on create height, but instead it's a hard-coded number. Where is that hard-coded number? So if I can get this to work, I can resize it to any size I want, and it will just stretch or compress, including the size of those little blocks. We're at the top here, so here's where that lives. What about down there where we create this part? Interesting. What's this zoom H doing here? Crop display defaults to 64, but there is no corresponding. And I think this needs to go the way that it does, because a zoom W, like where I'm clicking on this matters. Crop display should be fine where it is. There's zoom H. And zoom H 256 divided by, so that's what scales into where I place the highest and lowest notes one can hit. That should still be working because I haven't been touching anything on the y-axis. Keys display might need some help. Regular display is where I click and space the things. Keys display doesn't actually have any reference to horizontal positioning at all. Go away. So that's where that's our window upon things that scale to the notes that you can hit. This is where I draw those stripes, but the stripes are not relevant. Like, they can be stretched any amount. There is no real restriction to that. Though, that might be my mechanism for drawing multiple types of key. But that's, I think, a concern for another day. Or maybe simply just not a concern for right now. So we've got this. This is probably fine. Now I'm curious as to what's going to happen if I do this. Where's the other part? Not there. Oh, look, this is also restricting things in this particular way. Maybe that's where we're finding that concern. In fact, I bet it probably is. Click X is not being scaled correctly. Ooh, look at you. 15.8, that looks very familiar. That looks like something I was working with before. Let's go up and find the size of the other thing. That create width, I just took away the divided by 8. This create width, I can take away the divided by 8. And now if I do this, it will act very differently. It's drawing a tiny little slice. And why is that? Why would we be making one this wide and then not being able to position it? I'll tell you, it's because we didn't divide by 8. Let's play a little bit. Oh, I do have to specify what kind of thing it is. And put a semicolon. Now we have this to play with. Let's see what we can do with it. Things like this. And then where's our other width? Here it is. Bada boom, I don't think we need to worry about this 15 anymore. And lastly, we go down to here, where we're clicking on stuff. Let's see, keep going. Input, there we go, there we go. Haha. Now, why would you be unhappy with that? Oh, are we not in the right... Oh, come on. I thought it... Is it because it's in a private... It's a private, isn't it? That's why. It's not able to do it because it's private. Well, how about we don't make it be private? Now what? Any happier? Not a bit happier. Okay, how do we do this? This seems dumb. What's your problem? It's got to be able to use it somehow. So private double H scale. And in some places we can do it. So here's our error. Oh, okay. That's easier. I did not understand that was its problem. Got there. Oh, look, I had to do it the same thing for zoom and lowest. Never mind. I guess we're fine. Didn't occur to me that that was going to be a problem. Now, save, get rid of that, and run. Now what do we got? Lovely. And if that doesn't seem like an appropriate width, we can zoom up to the top and change it everywhere it appears. Skinnier. Arguably too skinny, but it sure fits, doesn't it? And all the rest of our stuff still works. Only thing that remains is how can I make this draw a bunch of horizontal things. Or maybe I would like to think of it in terms of double width so I can show more of that keyboard. See, if we do this, or we could make this simply be exactly 256 pixels. And kind of position it. What are you doing? Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, no, you're not. You're not fine at all. You're doing something stupid. Well, let's scooch everything over. Oh, everything's a child of piano roll. That's why it's doing what it's doing. Yeah. Well, how wide are these? And do they need to be as wide as that? It's not going to show me, is it? Well, if this is exactly as wide as these, that's 334. I can call it 333. Oh, now what are you doing? It jumped the screen around on me. Please don't jump the screen around on me. And if I move all the rest of this card around, other than that, I have room enough to make that be 330 pixel 2. And then what I got to do is move this to where I can fit it appropriately, or something to that effect. It's going to be kind of like that. Close enough. And so I can do that. Oh, except for I apparently, oh, it doesn't want to be, those are notes that are too high for me. It didn't scale appropriately because it was expecting exactly 256 high. Let's go find where that does that. And we will make it not be 256 anymore, because 333 pixels seems like a nice round number. We can go with that. We'll figure out how to make this all make sense, or at least have a damn good try. We've got a few minutes before taco time, so it's all good. That was this wide. This probably doesn't need to be as tall as this now, but it's fine. May or may not be able to fit 3 of these lengthways this way. Stranger things have happened. I kind of can't fit those, but it doesn't matter because it won't matter yet. Hey, Jacob. No worries. I am a plugin maker by trade, so this is a zigzag. This is not really what I normally do. Agreed. Agreed. So, why did it not vertically line up? It did not vertically line up for a couple of reasons, but mostly because this wasn't right. Also, we can go to a H scale. What would happen if I did like 33? What's that going to do? Let's find out what that would do. Ah. So this stuff still works. A little fussy. But at 33, each of these are like grotesquely over wide. So that's fine. We don't need that. Maybe 16 would work. But this business with the not positioning correctly is probably from here. And there we go. There's a 256. That needs to be 333. I don't know if this is going to matter, but let's find out if that just fixed everything. Because that's definitely the hard-coded number that this originally was. Ah, now it's not positioning correctly. I've got another 256 in there. That part's right. This part's not. What do we do about that? Let's go and find... Oh, I don't want to do anything that fancy in process. Yikes. Where do I have this as a variable that can just be read from globals? Okay, override void ready. And create width. But we're having to create it new each time. How about not? How about not that? How about we get to reuse it? This is a place where I could see the usefulness of this changing. So if I have this correct, why do you want to do this? Thank you. That wasn't what you were supposed to do. I can set it to the original 256 and then override it when ready hits, because that is going to happen. Then it'll be the new value. Then we get to do this. Create height will be the 333 or whatever. Scoot down to here. We don't need to redo it because it'll exist already. Did I scoot down too far? Where are we doing this stuff? Here it is. So that is going to be, it already exists. So create height is the one that's going to be 333. Where did I put that? Here. So now if I do this, oh, I clicked on the wrong place. Now if I do this and it runs, please run. Oh, it didn't like that. Okay, what happened? Oh. Well, let's make these more consistent to start with. Let's assume that these work along the same lines. Non-static field. Initializers, fair. Initializers cannot do that. So I can't actually refer to hscale here. But maybe I don't need to because this is the initializer that is being overridden. It's being overridden. We're not going to use that part. Now what do we got? Oh, we don't even need to cast that to int, do we? Let's see where we're at. These get overridden in ready. I don't think it's getting used until it's ready. Let's see what we got. That's the wrong place to click. I need to move this to where I can't see that. And also let's save. Let's see if it runs this time. Haha. Ah, but we still have another place to refer to it. That part's right, but there's still a reference to 256 in here somewhere, which is going to be changed to create height. Then it should work. And it's gonna be, let's see, create height, create height. There's the bunny. It is being updated. Where's my other reference to 256? This one's now fixed. This one's now referring to create height. This is a dummy value that isn't getting used yet. Text. Oh, interesting. Is this 64 business simply assuming that it's going to work that way? Is it simply assuming that it was a... Where else does this exist? It exists here. There's the 256. Got it. That might just work. And if it doesn't work, it falls through to 64, which might be super broken. We've got an if statement in there where highest... Okay. I bet I know what that does. There, that's probably correct. It's trying to go to having only 4 notes that you can sing. And that doesn't make any sense. But, let's see, now what about this? Oh, same deal. So this may just work. Let's see what it did. Lovely. Well, now why are you not working? What's happened here? I can delete these, including with the down scroll, but what about this? Why is this not working? Oh, because it's to the side. I'm actually clicking there, so that's why it isn't working. So my offsets are not perfect here. Why is that? Like x divided by float h scale. Do we have some kind of offset there that's letting it click directly, or are we simply... Because it ain't really working quite right. Ah. Minus 0.5 F. That's what's doing it. If I change that to minus 0.1 F, now how's it acting? Yeah, it's totally off, is what. It is also complaining about redundant parentheses, but I'm not too worried about that. Also, this one has, oh, that's because it has bounds height. Fair. Now what do we got? Okay, so this far over it's fine. But this far over we have a problem. So we have a dividing factor here too. Also, I wonder whether y is fussy that way. Ooh, and we had an error. Index px is out of bounds. That's not supposed to be happening. Were we trying to create a pixel somewhere? So if it was out of bounds to this side, yep. And if we weren't actually subtracting anything from it, then what would happen? Same problem. So these are okay, but we have a problem over here where it's trying to go off the side. What? And it's going to be scaling. And yep, out of boundsness. So what do we got to do here? Well, we do have bounce width to play with, and we haven't done anything with it. But that is sitting there waiting to be used. I have a question from Jonathan in my last 10 minutes of streaming before I put this aside. Question about peaks only. If the track clips when using it, do I have to avoid that clipping at all cost? No. No, you do not have to avoid clipping at all cost when using peaks only. In fact, in many cases, peaks only will cause it to clip really hard. It means that it's a dynamic underlying track. Peaks only is a weird measurement trick. It's not designed to be that in so using it, you must make it never clip. That's not what it's for. Peaks only is a weird measurement trick. You're not supposed to use it in final mixdown, obviously, and referencing things with it. It's mostly just to show you how dynamic stuff is. Whether it's clipping or not is not really the point. Like you could have it clipping, and that would simply mean that some of your stuff was getting good and solid and loud. So let's see, where are we at? Click X. Well, I can start with removing this. And it does relate to bound width, but that's not useful all by itself, but it's a start. Times equals, or what are we doing? What are we doing? It's very close to the end of stream. I didn't actually end up making a fat EQ, but there's so many plugins I still have waiting to be used, so not that worried about that. So, what we want to do is have, if click X is very small, then click X times equals 1. Doesn't change. If click X is close to bounds width, we want to have it be -1. So let's start with times equals 1. And then subtract click X divided by bounds width. And add the final paren. And it ain't happy. Why are you not happy? Because it's a double. Okay. There. Now are you happy? Oh, look at that. It's doing the thing that I learned from Endis Atomic, where you don't have to have these parens there, and you can show visually that this happens first. But I do like having the parens there, but all the same, this may fix the problem. And there's one quick way to find out. Oh wait, no, that's not going to be right at all, is it? Times equals 1 minus we can't actually do see, this has to fit together in a certain way. We need to subtract not 1, fully 1, but 1 pixel, meaning 1 of the size of bound width, divided by H scale. Whew. Okay, well, let's see where we got. This should at least run. didn't get far enough. What happens if we literally do H scale here? Oh, it can't find it? Oh, float H scale. Never mind. No, it still can't find it. It's not there. That seems weird. It's here. Why? Oh, because they didn't spell it correctly, that's all. Probably don't even need to cast it to float. Now what do we got? This may be totally wrong. It's closer to right than wrong, although it's still not perfect. Yeah, it's a little shy. Not really wanting it. Not really wanting to do it properly. Be interesting to see whether it's making fake pixels now. It's behaving itself a little better. And no errors. Maybe that's actually correct. Which would mean that the other thing would also be correct. So let's see whether we can fix this part too. Or do we have a, do I have a Y scale, or is that, or do I not? I fear I do not. I think maybe this is as close as I'm going to get. Alrighty then. So I made this. And if I resize this window, even though it's a little cumbersome clicking in the right places, that works, and the secondary key works, and the relative stuff also works. I've made it so that it will fit within a space. I'd like to have a series of these along the screen so that you can do like, okay, here's my primary key, which is this Mixolydian. And then if you go to the secondary key, that's shown directly in another one. But I don't know if I've got there yet. That said, you can but try. We shall see. And on that note, that's it. That's it. I have no more to give coding today. We still have lots of plugins to come out, and I may or may not fool around with, I might do fast EQ on my own time. It's the sort of thing that I would have done, but I wanted to be fooling with the Godot stuff and this composition stuff, even though I don't really quite know where I'm going with it, because it's part of what I do. Part of what I do is work out how we get these things together. And one thing at least that I did do was I did manage to update into the matrix. So I will have 3 times as many things to do on Friday morning, but I will also have upgraded my workflow a little bit so I don't have to click and drag in so many ways. Instead, a lot of it is going to go more streamlined. And that at least seems nice. I'm looking forward to that. On that note, I'm going to go and have some tacos now, and I'll see you folks again. I'll be posting something this weekend. I have not specified what it is. I have not decided what it is. I'm going to be putting up a song, which may or may not be related to the plugin, for the $10 and up patrons. All that is a piece of music run through Reaper, and I'll be talking about it a little bit ahead of time. And I'll see you folks again on Tuesday. We might be doing coding. We might be doing stuff like that. We might just be playing Minecraft for all I know. We'll see how it goes. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.